Oh, that's a good
And we're
story.
good. We're on. We're going. We're there.
I like the behind the scenes because you can be really racist there, and no one
We were just
knows.
talking about how white
You should
women.
hear the shit Hex was saying about black people, how they're good at dying and stuff like that.
Hey, first shot. Oh,
We were just talking about how much white women need to be stopped.
we got to
Oh, I
infiltrate. They just
concur.
gotta make them look dumb. I gotta make them look dumb.
You know what? Today, I think a white man really needed to be stopped.
Yeah, Alice, shut up for a second. Hex, that was really racist what you said. That women need to be stopped, or white women need to be stopped. I think that's racist and that's wrong. I believe all women should be stopped. Race aside.
Michael.
Oh, it's definitely a lot more progressive than I.
Yeah.
What
You're
up,
just on the
first?
white women. I'm talking about them German shepherds. I'm talking about them Hindu ladies. Get rid of them all. You know what? If it wasn't for ass sex, I would totally be gay. Hey, that was over a minute. We shouldn't get nailed. We shouldn't get a strike. That was at 102. I said that.
Okay. Oh, hey, I'm Gabriel. We didn't do
March, that's it.
nothing. I didn't do nothing.
Nothing.
Large Marge, stop all
Or
women.
first, mommy was like the quietest one.
Whatever we do, guys, let's not talk about how there's eggshells in certain products that the U.S. government wants everybody to take. Let's just not talk about that tonight.
Or about how their cervical cancer cells are what made fucking
I was just thinking that too. God damn it, Jess. I was literally just about to say that.
Yeah. It's like you know this shit's going on. We know this shit's going on, but like anytime you get like the information, especially just the way we were able to take it in, which is like someone who fucking really fucking knows about it and was presenting it, and it's just like, god damn. God damn, they're evil motherfuckers. But we follow the Who's guidance. Amen.
All praise the Who.
I'll praise the Who.
Did anybody get a chance to watch Forest Mommy's marshmallow inverted video?
You want to watch it?
What?
I didn't see this.
Oh, okay. Well, before we watch it, chat, hit me up. Did anybody watch it? And if so, specifically to the men, fuck it, women you can answer to, even though it doesn't matter. How many of you search midget porn directly after watching it? Just curious. All right, yeah, I'll pull it up.
Oh my god.
That was, and I want to thank you because that was really nice.
It was on accident. It was a total tech thing. But then I was like, I saw it and I'm like, oh, I gotta leave that shit. That's great.
I got home from work and I fired up the old YouTubes and that was the first video in my sub box. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And then I turned it on and like I found myself weirdly aroused. And I'm like, all right, let's go down this road.
It was an up and down video and it compressed it weird.
And I love how you named it Version Marshmallow LFG.
Oh my god.
How does it make it look so like I really look like a midget?
Dude, it looks like a pre-rendered video.
There's like a filter. Look how big my cat is.
I call this the view of the black man. That shot.
Oh my god.
Is that what it's like?
It's a little sexy, but it legit looked like a fucking midget. Oh, what the hell?
I told you.
How did it do it so perfect like that?
Magic.
I look good as a midget, I think. You know.
I'd smash.
So
I'm not. No. We are not talking about boobs, and we're not talking about how much I want to sleep with you. Those are two topics you've made abundantly clear today. You don't want to talk about.
Oh no! I'll talk about them, just not the way that I don't want to not talk about them.
Yeah, guys, did you get it? Do you understand now?
It's just so simple. Yeah. Do exactly what I say, okay? So just kidding.
It's always better when there's consent, fellas. It's not as fun.
Well, cheers, everybody.
Well, at least there are no potential lawsuits to be had.
Yes.
Even then, this fucking Me Too movement fucked that up too.
I think the Me Too movement's dead.
Good.
I do.
Yeah, it's really
Good. Hex is like good.
Bitches were getting too comfortable.
Hey, someone even yelled at me on my Instagram not too long ago because I said specifically people were me doing a shitty sexual experience. So fuck off. And they were getting caught doing it and they weren't fucking saying, yeah, you know what? I'm a loser for trying to do that. They were like trying to push even harder. And it's like, no, fuck that. You make it harder for when there's actual when there's something bad that does happen. Hey, Dove.
Hashtag believe all women.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
I think it was mostly believe white women though. It just doesn't seem like there was a lot of black women involved.
That we believe. See, and this is why I'm trying to break the stereotype. Alice, thank you. Don't believe any woman. And for you fellas, I would say don't believe about 85% of men either.
I don't believe nobody anywhere. I don't believe no words that come out of no one's fucking mouth. Even y'all. I love y'all, but I don't trust no one's fucking.
You shouldn't.
I just learned my lessons. No, what?
You shouldn't. And force mommy. Let's be honest here. From the beginning of our professional business relationship, from the very beginning, I'm like, hey, this is how you don't give me too much power. Don't let me have access to this, this, and this. Don't give anybody access. And remember what I told you? I said, don't trust anybody, even me.
Yeah. And that's like trustworthy to me.
And I would like to point out that Daily Wire and Steven Crowder are proving my point right now in live time.
Don't trust the white man. I mean, what?
Oh, heck, that's not fair. I mean, it's not wrong, but that's also not fair.
Definitely don't trust Paul with your loved one's ashes.
Speaking of which, I'm wearing the shirt.
Oh yeah.
We told a table full of family members about that today. We all got a good laugh.
That's a great. A funeral's a great spot to talk about something like that too, because it would help make something to laugh about. It's on topic.
You know what's funny? It was funny and sad. But I told Adam on the way home, I was like, funerals make me kind of sad because every time we go, people talk about how much they miss my mom, and especially at funerals because she always made funerals so fun. I don't think she had any black in her either.
I would like to point out that
white funerals or black funerals.
I would like to just point out that Alice's story with I told Adam going to funerals aren't that much fun. Like, what are you expecting? Like, oh, the DJ at his funeral sucked so bad. Did you see those cheap fucking sandwiches they put out? What bitches?
Oh, there's always mine were always Italian funerals, and oh my god, my one grandma's funeral. Oh, the food was delicious. It was
well, in fairness, Italians are the closest white to black people, thus proving Alice's original point that black funerals are the best.
I mean,
I've never been to a black. I need to go to my first black funeral sometime.
Well, you just gotta wait for one of your black friends to die.
Mine whenever I die.
I
am dying before you. Fun. Hello. Sorry, what else?
My family's funerals are fun, but not weird. Because we're funny. Dude, me and my cousins laugh the whole way through the service. You know what Adam said when my cousin and I were sitting there talking? And my cousin's 65. And Adam's like, here I thought when cousin Cindy sat next to you, I wouldn't have to worry about you misbehaving, but look at you two, because we were just sitting there laughing.
God.
I can't wait till you get to sit at cousin Cindy's funeral. What a morbid, fucking weird conversation this is.
I love talking about funerals. Eric is gonna pop on after a while, by the way. That'll be fun.
Dude,
Eric is gonna pop on after a while.
My cousin said today about my mom. She's like, even at her own mother's funeral, she was like the life of the party. She so much fun.
That's probably my dad. My dad always gets everyone laughing.
Yeah. And that was my Uncle Dick. So now, like, sometimes people will be like, you remind me of your mom because you're always making jokes. And I'm like, don't put that kind of pressure on me.
You know, these Forky funerals just aren't fun anymore without Uncle Thomas around. That fucking retard really livened up the mood.
Funerals are kind of like little mini family reunions. They're like
okay.
Reunion.
That sermon
Mine is a
today,
family member
I
usually,
told
or
Dad
always,
that
rather.
if this is how funerals are going to be in the future, I'm not coming because I feel bad saying that. But yeah, I don't know. My Uncle Dick, he had like really good sermons. And once again, he always made people laugh. He made me laugh so hard at my dad's funeral, I threw my head back and smacked my head on the wall. And no, Jess, I didn't get to see you today. Remember our text today?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
There were some typos today in text that were like, one was like about my uncle. She's like,
she misunderstood and she said, well, good thing you get to see him today. And I was like, well, no, because he's dead.
Hey, Doug's here. Everybody, Doug's here. Doug, we're talking about how banger funerals are. How much of a good time it is to go to a funeral.
Oh man, it is the best.
Shit, shot.
You know what's better than going to a funeral? Going to a wedding vow renewal and having somebody's ashes spread on you. That's even better.
We already passed that point, Doug.
yeah,
My bad.
Alice told that story at the funeral and got a chuckle out of people. So you were doing the jokes, Alice. You were doing the jokes. Okay.
Good job, Alice. I'm proud of you.
Holding it down for all those morbid fucks that were mourning the person lost.
Laheim.
I cried a lot. I cried a lot.
Nostrovia.
There was a couple.
You're like, listen, I cried.
I couldn't compose myself a couple times. I went through a ton of tissues.
You know what my favorite sound at a funeral is? You ever been to a funeral where you heard this? Hold on. Horrible day to trim my nails.
What the fuck? Good job, Paul.
Thanks.
Whose funeral did you go to?
My Uncle Dick's. And usually he would. Oh my God! You want to hear a funny story about when my Aunt Nora was dying?
My Uncle Richard.
Funny.
It's about their names. Adam, when my aunt was dying, we were all sitting there around her, and we were talking about my Uncle Rich. And Adam was like,
"Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna reset my router."
He's like, your Uncle Dick should go by Uncle Richard, and your other uncle should go by Dick. They were like, they really got that messed up because Uncle Rich is. I shouldn't be saying. They're never going to see it. They're old.
Who gives us to say who?
Because Adam's like, because Uncle Dick isn't a dick. He's so nice, but Uncle Rich, he's a total dick.
Kind of a dildo.
He's actually my blood uncle, and Adam doesn't call him uncle, but he called Uncle Dick Uncle Dick. But yeah, should call Uncle Richard Dick. He's a dick.
Oh, I just saw the chat in the side there. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm catching up to everybody. I apologize.
Dude, I haven't drank that much. I don't know what's wrong.
Yesterday.
You had emotional days, so you're just in a giddy
We're all
mood
on
now,
Firefox and Doug is on Internet Explorer. That's what I'm getting.
What's going on?
We're all on like Firefox or Google Chrome or something, and you're on Internet Explorer.
Why do I
How
look
do you
bad?
know that?
No, you're just so far behind the curve.
Oh, I get this.
Oh, you're one of those flat earthers. Okay. Behind the curve.
Wait, where'd Paul go?
He had to go reset his router.
He'll be
Oh, yeah, I
back.
heard about that.
He knows how to find his way back on his own. Can take care of himself. How's your week been, Doug?
Not too bad. It hasn't been much of a real week. I mean, we had a snow day, so I didn't really work yesterday, and I took Wednesday off. All in all, it's been pretty nice. Just kind of slow paced. Yesterday was a lot of fun because I only worked for 4 hours. I think I went in at like 6:30, and I got out at like 10:30, 11 around there, and I just started drinking all day from like 11 o'clock a.m. till probably 9:30, 10 o'clock at night. I bought 2 6-packs. I went and bought a 30-pack today. It was drinking by myself yesterday. I had the most fun all goddamn day because I had like one beer at the top of every hour, so I just kept a nice pace. And then once hey, Eric.
Hey, good to see you guys.
Likewise.
We saw how nicely you paced yesterday, Doug.
Towards the end of the night, yeah, it's different. Towards the end of the night, it was a completely different story.
Eric, what up?
Great to see you, X. Forrest, Alice.
Hi, Eric.
How you been?
Good. Welcome to the back on YouTube party.
Yeah, congrats. And I'm sorry for spreading the truth.
I love it. That just makes me like you guys more and more. Like you're bad, you know. Like they really don't like you guys. So
Eric, the super spreader, Abbenante.
Yeah, I'm a bad boy. Yeah, I'm really a rebel. Yeah, sorry for spreading documented truth, backed up by multiple firsthand accounts. Yeah, my bad.
It's because the documents you were sharing weren't locked up next to a red Corvette in a garage in PA somewhere. It was PA.
Yeah, I'm not on the right side. If I was a Jew on the right side, I'd be able to use all the things. But I'm not even a Jew anymore. I'm just a white supremacist. So
Hey, me too.
Just like the rest of us.
yeah, as soon as you leave the plantation, right, Hex? It's all you lose all the rights. It's no fun.
Ain't no more cotton for me. I'm gonna start my own shit.
This shirt is made of cotton.
Mine's rayon.
I didn't pick it.
Hex started a sugarcane farm when he left. Called it Queen Sugar Inc.
Oh my
It was
God.
Oprah adapted it into a TV show for her network.
I'm still suing her for that.
You should.
Still what?
Suing her.
Oh, Akili Chow.
Domo arigato.
Everybody, this is the quietest y'all been ever. Everyone.
Yeah,
That's because I'm not really.
what did I miss in the
I'd
first 15?
Just talking about how great funerals are.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, how much of a blast funerals are.
Yeah, you know anybody
Alice
that
is the
died
life of the
lately?
party at funerals.
I'm really glad I missed the first 15. Very good.
Yeah.
You know
I'm
what? Death
normally
is a part of life, and you have to move on. And you know what? You're still gonna cry, and you're still
That's-
gonna be sad, but you can fucking laugh too. And I'm sorry, but some of that shit was funny.
Death
You know
is
what
not
else
a
is a part of life? Fucking taxes. And Paul got his W-2 today, and I
The
saw
World
how
Health
much of an
Organization?
I saw how much of an interest-free loan I gave the U.S. government, and I'm pretty fucking pissed about it.
Well,
Yeah,
that-
you're
But-
paying for them to kill you too. It's great.
It's
You have
fucking
really nice roads, though.
I got to make an amendment to mine because my employer fucked my W-2 up.
Well,
fucked
the
your
good news
W2
is,
up?
Yep.
Hmm.
how so? Like they fucked up your withholdings or what?
No, they forgot to include the first paycheck of the year. And then I filed as soon as I got it. And then Monday came and I'm like, yeah, we fucked up. And I'm like, oh, great. Fucking idiots.
Well, fuck 'em.
And you know those new 87,000 fucking IRS agents are going to be all over it, Hex, if you fucking miss a dime.
Make them come out of your ass. I wouldn't even fucking deal with it, but I'm also say that as
I probably won't. Just let it
Hex's
slide.
camera's trippy.
Yeah, that's
It's
because
like
Hex is black and he has no lights. The only way we know he's there is because his
No,
eyes
but
are
look.
open and he's smiling.
When his hands move, it's like you're literally on mushrooms. This is like the effect you get when you.
Oh, it is
start-
like
that-
a little.
That, or you're a baby in the womb and look who's talking.
Yeah, but we don't know if that's factually accurate. That movie was made in the 80s. They were just pulling that shit out of their ass, dude.
I'm pretty sure Hollywood had a camera inside of a woman. That's how it works, Doug.
You're right. I got an idea. It's the guy from Moonlighting. He's going to voice a baby who's going to be really raunchy, and John Travolta is going to fuck a woman in it. Go.
Baby P, what up?
Hollywood, everything's fake.
Hey, yeah, we should say, hey,
Wow, that was
honorable
awkward.
mention. I know.
was awkward?
Everyone's quiet.
Oh,
So
I'm
we're
still in work.
excited, but I guess not.
Well,
I'm
Adam
just
is
blown
laying
away
on
by the lack of brightness on Hex's screen. It's just
One of
It's
my
like watching. It's
turn
like
up the
watching.
brightness you want to see Hex. I was on low brightness and it literally was a black screen.
Yeah, it really does. If like you're watching the stream, it looks like you're playing a video game and you've unlocked every character except for Hex. Like he's the next one.
That's a good
I
one.
thought we were watching Paranormal Activity.
No,
looks
there's such a structural racism towards lighting in Hollywood that even black people cannot
Yeah.
light themselves. It's just such a shame.
Hex is like, you know how many people call me Slender Man today when I was in Zoom meetings?
Dude, that was my nickname in high school, actually.
Slender Man? Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I would have called you Tiny in high school.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
My nickname was Jew because I was the only one. It was very
creative.
Yeah.
Mine was Cosmo. From 6th grade to 9th grade, it was called Cosmo because I looked like that fat kid in the old McDonald's French fry commercials with the
Burger
spike.
King commercial. It was the
Was it Burger
Kids
King?
Club.
I thought Cosmo was in the McDonald's commercials, but maybe I'm wrong. But that was my nickname, and then it became Farley in high school because I looked like Chris Farley apparently in high school. So,
and you were probably goofy like him too, weren't you? Kind of like slapsticky comedy and.
You ever seen
fat,
the movie
fat and obnoxious for sure.
Rookie of the Year about the kid who could throw really fast and played for the Cubs?
Yeah.
Oh, such a good movie.
His
Joseph
best
Manzanano.
Cosmo was his best friend in the movie.
Yep. Such a good movie. Such a good movie. Oh, I want to watch that again now.
Cosmo
Henry Rowan-Gardner.
Cosmo Kramer.
Had to throw it in. The only
There's
Cosmo I knew.
Best set he ever did at the last. What was it? Last Factory.
You want to pull him up,
The
Jamie?
last that he ever did.
The last set he ever did. He was an N-word.
He went out with a bang. Hard R.
Holy shit! Did he ever? Hey, you guys want to rewatch that footage? Oh wait, we're on YouTube again. We can't. I don't want to get us kicked off. Never mind.
Yeah, what a welcome back. And they're
And we're booted.
What
We
do
just
you
went
think is going to get you banned tonight, guys? What do you think? What's the highest odds?
I think
I'm
as
leaving
long
in
as
10
we don't
minutes,
say
so-
eggshells are a product that's consumed by a government dealt product from a major corporation. I'm just gonna
I got 10 minutes before I got to bounce back to work, but I'll say this. Who wants to talk about gas stoves? Who wants to be edgy and talk about gas and electric stoves before getting us banned?
how I cook all my meals.
I love the gas stove. I don't
Yeah.
like
I don't understand what's going. Admittedly, of the 6 of us, I don't pay
It's a
attention to
smell.
politics. I get my info on Saturdays, so I don't understand what the whole argument is. I just saw it pop up in my feed, like everybody making memes about gas stoves.
The gas
I
stove is
believe-
like monkeypox. They need something to cover for all the people dying suddenly. So they just is
Yeah.
like, okay, it's ovens now. You know, it's
Oh,
like,
because
okay.
the vaccine, because people are dying from the vaccine. Oh, okay, I gotcha. That makes sense.
Speaking of
I mean-
dying suddenly, I may or may not know somebody who may or may
Not
or
at a funeral
have-
tonight.
or may have not dropped dead at their OB appointment at 44 years old.
They're OB.
Yeah.
What's
it
OB?
seems legit. It seems
Oh,
legit. It sounds like
GYN?
they were it sounds like they were making stew on a gas stove to me.
Obstetrician.
An OB, yeah.
I'm eating
Your
beef.
Oh.
OBGYN.
Oh, so pussy doctor. Gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah, like they went in and then they left. I'm guessing so she could like change or whatever.
Yeah, she
and
just got
they
finger
went back-
is all.
And they went back in, and she was dead.
How long
They
ago
still
was
give her
this?
a pap smear. Don't worry.
It was just recently. Just
Oh.
recently. Like,
Was she a close friend or acquaintance?
No. I haven't.
So we can joke about it.
I used to be friends with her sister. Like I was still friends with her on Facebook and stuff, but not really. She was a nice
Do you?
girl. Lady.
You're on Facebook?
Yeah.
I had-
use
She can't
it
friend you.
till I
She can't
should.
friend you, Doug.
What?
She can't friend you, Doug.
So the
Well, I'm not
real
on
trend is
Facebook.
we lost a follower, and we hear you.
That was good. I like that. He's like, she lost
One
a
less
follower.
like, damn. My algorithm is dying suddenly. Oh no.
I just lost somebody, so you lost a follower.
Dang, Hex, turn off the light. We're looking. This is terrible. Turn off the light, and then all of a sudden, his good facial structure makes Doug and Paul and I.
You look like you're from Cuba with the light on. Like you're Afro-Cuban centric. Yep, there you go. That's exactly what I looked like in 6th grade. 6th grade. I had that haircut and everything.
Your hair wasn't that fucking dope.
It wasn't that dope, but I tried
You had
and I
long
didn't wear
hair.
glasses.
You had long hair, but that hair is fucking dope.
That was
had the
last
same-
year. Don't do drugs.
It depends on what kind.
Take bong hits all day.
It's true.
Oh shit! While I was doing this, I didn't realize we unlocked X.
Wait, what?
Yep. Racism.
Oh, back. Thank you, Eric. Eric got it. Appreciate you.
Sorry.
Wait, what?
You're way late. I was late, and then you were way late. Like what?
Y'all are all in the store or some shit. Holy fuck!
Some people never even got to the station.
It's very true.
Remember Netscape
I
Navigator?
missed the
God, that was
station
a
a
shit.
few times tonight. But
I'm in that waiting room in Beetlejuice, right next to the half beautiful legs, and then like the headhunter guy.
Yeah.
Did you guys talk about the Ben Shapiro, the crowd?
Oh,
I don't know much about it. I just want to say another W for Kanye. You know, he was saying technology controls things, and then Steven Crowder, bam, told you, kid.
Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you a member of the tribe?
Oh yeah. I mean, I
love
see
when
if they
people
let
are
me in the
racist
meeting
against their
this
own
year.
people.
you love it when Jews have the best sense of humor ever, because that's always
Ever.
how it's been.
Ever.
They're the
Wow.
funniest people next to Canadians.
I mean, lately the joke is that we're committing the next Holocaust. So I don't know how great our sense of humor is lately.
Well, you guys aren't like an exclusive group of evil. Like you're like white people, black people, Mexican. You're split off into two. There's good versions and there's bad. It's like the multiverse in Marvel. It's the TVA. There's different platforms of galaxies and shit.
we're slowly drifting to sanity, but it's taken a bit. I know a couple of my family members who are done with the Democrats at the very least, but they'll never vote Republican. I'm like, well, you're not going to vote Democrat, and they're just like, well, I can't vote Republican. So it's like you're just giving up. Okay, cool.
What about people who don't vote? Like people who have had enough and are like disillusioned by everything. Like, is there a way back for people like that? You think? The beer's hitting me now, so like I'm thinking outside the box. Like people like me, like there's a lot of times where I'm like, I'm never gonna fucking vote again. Like this is all horseshit. I don't care. I'm gonna be dead one day. And then I meet people like you, and I'm like, okay, I get these perspectives. I understand what they're fighting for, but I'm like, is it really a fight worth having? Like, does anybody win at the end of the day? Are we just gonna keep going in a circle with the rich keep running everything? I don't know.
I always vote in person just to make it harder on the election officials to cheat. Just to make it
That's what I say.
Just to make it harder for them, just to show
That makes sense.
That
makes a lot of sense.
It's kind of it's tough because even if you vote mail, absentee, or early, you're throwing away your vote. You're just giving them a lot of time and access to tamper with your vote. And this isn't me saying this. This is a historical trend noted in statistics. And if you look at American history of voter fraud, we cover.
I was gonna give you a plug. I was gonna say
we cover 60 years of election officials telling you this and then showing it. I mean, even on the Democrat side, the reason I woke up to a lot of this was I was a Bernie guy. I was stupid at one point. I'm still stupid, but I was even more naive. And this is before he took the mansion after he heard about the voter fraud. Anyways, 2016 Democratic primaries, especially in California, they were not prepared for the amount of Bernie votes. And, the way it works in voter fraud is usually they have a preparation, like with Carrie Lake, they really knew, okay, we have a good game plan on how many we're going to need. They were prepared. For Bernie, they were completely blindsided. And so the footage of the ballot stuffing that we show in the 2016 Democratic primaries, it's the most blatant thing you'll ever see in terms of ballot stuffing on camera. They literally, there's an election official covering the other two, and she's shaking her head in shame. It's just like, it's beautiful. It is a common thing. What people don't understand is it's election officials. So the election officials, they control the process. And if you don't vote in person on election day with an ID, then it just makes it so easy for them to mess with your vote.
That makes more sense. And then as you were explaining that, I was like, in my head, I'm like, how do we get from that to like from Crowder and the Daily Wire to that? Like, I forgot how I got off on that tangent. That usually is the course with me, but I have been paying a little bit of attention to the Steven Crowder thing to answer your question from earlier. I don't know if Paul or Hex or Forest Mommy or Alice have.
It's gonna be one of the main topics for our tomorrow show.
Yeah, don't
Then
spoil
I
it.
won't
I
be
don't want you to spoil it. You gotta save it for your guys' show.
I'll go into it. I'm gonna have like pictures and graphics. I'm covering that in the U.S.
We
debt
can give
ceiling.
maybe like an outline of what happened. If someone wants to give a synopsis,
I can give you a timeline.
Yeah, give a timeline really quick.
Okay, in October, Steven Crowder knew that his contract with the Blaze was coming up. He decided he wasn't going to renew with the Blaze, so he started fielding offers. He's a free agent. He's got the #1 conservative podcast on YouTube, iTunes. It is. He's got 6 million loyal followers who will go anywhere with him. And I want to give honesty up front.
Now on his team.
I want to give honesty up front. Back in the CRT TV days, I was a Mug Club member for 3 years. I have 3 mugs. I bought Crowder merch. Doug, I was gonna say Doug can testify about
when
Crowder
Paul
merch.
first moved up here.
I was in the church.
Alice has a mug too.
Yeah. So I want to be honest up front before I say what I'm about to say. I'm gonna try to do this unbiased though. So he was a free agent. Once they switched to Blaze TV, I fucking hate Glenn Beck, and I'm not going to support Glenn Beck in any way, even if it means supporting Crowder supports Glenn Beck. Not going to fucking do it. Don't like the Blaze. Don't like Glenn Beck. It is what it is. So I stopped being a member. Anywho, his contract was up in October, started fielding offers, and Jeremy Boring, who is the co-CEO with Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire, gave a commitment letter, non-binding contract, whatever you guys want to call it, of here's our initial terms. And the way the business world works, you get the terms, you and your lawyer look at it, you negotiate back and forth until you get what you like. Steven Crowder did not like the terms whatsoever. And he is saying it's not about the money, which the money now we know is $50 million. But what Crowder is saying really irked him was, and I want to say I understand a little bit of both sides. This story doesn't have a villain and this story doesn't have a hero. There's just a lot of people who don't look good and have points that are right on both sides. But he was saying,
squabble? Is it a squabble? Would you call it?
I mean, it is now. I mean, now it is.
Very public squabble.
It's a very public squabble now. So when Crowder got the first draft, he didn't even want to negotiate. He said, this is a fucking garbage terms. And his big issue was if you get, when you sign a contract with the Daily Wire, they take ownership of all your private social media accounts, with the exception of Twitter and Instagram. But they own your YouTube, they own your Snapchat, TikTok, all the other bullshit that you guys have that I don't give a shit about.
No, they don't own it. They have the ability to monetize it to the fullest potential.
No, while you are under contract, they have the exclusivity rights to run it, control. Like you can't even log in. They are the ones who log in. They
really?
post as yes.
Oh,
They
wow,
post as you. This is Crowder's big thing. This was Crowder's big contention with the, according to him. So, he says no. This is garbage. Send it back. Don't even want to do it. Jeremy Boring said, "Why am I getting a lot of feedback?"
Alice is on the phone or something.
No, there's Adam in the background.
Yeah. Adam.
Okay. So Crowder sent it back. Again, the initial offer was $50 million. It's suspected Crowder wanted probably somewhere in the area of 120, but Crowder's saying this isn't about money. It's about the terms of the contract with owning the social media while you're under contract. And part of it was if you said something in your show that got you demonetized on any major network, you would take a hit to that $50 million over 4 years. So let's say you lose monetization on YouTube, which Steven Crowder hasn't had monetization in years on YouTube. He takes a 20% annual loss on his fee. So his $12.5 million turns into $8.7 million. And that's just I don't think that's right, but that's off the top math, somewhere in there. He was like, this is garbage. And it's not garbage because I'm losing money if I get demonetized. It's garbage that you're saying this is the standard contract you give everybody. Yada, yada. This is in October. So they said, okay, we can't come to a deal. No big deal. October goes by, November goes by, December. His contract with the Blaze is up on December 15th. What we know now is he registered the domain stopbigcon.com on December 12th. All right. So he owns the website stopbigcon. A week ago, he calls Jeremy Boring and he says, hey, I can't unsee this contract. And I want you to know, like, I think it's wrong. I don't like this. You own everybody's social media. Like, I don't care about me. Take me out of the equation. I care about the new up-and-comers who have like 100,000 subscribers, and you're signing them when they're young, and you're controlling their whole life. And if they get demonetized, you're just not going to give them money, but you're still going to make money off their backs in other venues. And there's a point to that. And tomorrow I'm going to go way in depth with this. Yeah, it's not the music industry, because in the music industry, here's the problem. Okay, let me.
If the Sopranos have taught us anything,
let me finish
in
the
music
timelines.
industry.
So a week ago, he calls Jeremy boring. A couple days ago, he releases his video. He does not name the Daily Wire, and he shows these social media parts of the contract that he dislikes. And he's like, hey, stop bigcon.com. We've got to tell conservative organizations they got to stop putting these clauses in contracts, because it's not fair. Because YouTube can change their guidelines on the whim, and you can get struck down from YouTube for anything. I think we can all here relate to that. And I'm going to make it an effort to where conservative media stops playing big tech games. Like, this has got to stop. You can't withhold the money from talent because they're getting struck down from fucking social media. A day goes by, and then Jeremy Boring releases a 1-hour expose of, hey, Steven Crowder didn't name us, but I want you to know it was us, and let me explain my side. And he very diligently explained the business side of the contract. Now, there was parts of it where I was like, okay, I understand. Then there was parts of it where I'm like, all right, this kind of sucks. And to Hex, what you said, this is like the music industry. It's not like the music industry, because when you got signed as a talent, you knew you were selling your soul away, but you knew you were going to get paid at the end of the day. Like, no matter what happened, good and different.
No, that's a terrible analogy. Actually, music, I can tell you from proper perspective, in the entertainment industry, it's acknowledged musicians get like the shortest end of the stick. It's terrible how they're contractually obligated to like make albums, and then they don't make money. No, as a comedian, even I'm like, no, musicians get it the worst. Tell you that.
I'm not arguing. What I'm saying is the terms of the contract aren't, hey, you're not going to get paid if you do something that gets you kicked out of Georgia, i.e. Ray Charles. Ray Charles still got his album sales and what he was promised in his contract. He didn't get fucking penalized in his contract free for getting fucking banned from Georgia. That's what I meant by it. And I'm not arguing that music industry contacts still rape the people who they're the newcomer, up and comers, because they do. What I'm saying is,
on my mind.
What I'm saying, I will explain this all tomorrow in depth, I promise. But what I'm saying is, Steven Crowder was demonetized from YouTube and has been for years. If he would have signed the contract with the Daily Wire, he would have gone into the contract already getting a 20% penalty just for being demonetized on YouTube. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Shit contract.
I mean, okay, well, first of all, okay, I'm not going to defend Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, because honestly,
stick with your own, man. Come on.
Ben Shapiro, the way they've negotiated, he's literally validated every negative Jewish financial stereotype that's ever existed. The way they've negotiated it, because it is a poison pill contract. Let's be fair. He isn't. The way the contract was written, it wasn't written in good faith. It was written with multiple poison pills, embedded within the contract. So yes, I do acknowledge that, and then they'll do the very Hebrew thing of saying, well, that's just negotiation, and this is part of the game. And it's like, well, yeah, but can you not like write literally "fuck you" on the paper and then like send it over and pretend that's a contract? I mean, come on. So they knew what they were doing. To be honest, I honestly think their strategy was like, give him the worst contract and let's see if they call us a Jew. Let's see if he say he Jewed us on this one. Okay? Because honestly, that really is what they did. But to be also fair to you guys, I asked my fans, I've never watched more than a 30-second clip of Steven Crowder, so I can't say for validation if it's true or not. He apparently, according to my fans, when I polled them about this, does not talk about vaccines or voter fraud really. In terms of like the most censored subjects, like the things that really he's talking about, like he's talking about stuff that you can talk about, like groomers and red team versus blue team, and all this other
basic shit, the basic trending shit that they just do because they know it's trending, and
the stuff that the algorithm allows because it is literally a distraction. You are literally being complicit to the 21st century version of Operation Mockingbird. By getting people to look the wrong way.
Crowder or the Daily Wire?
I'm talking about both of them. Honestly, because you look at
Yes.
you.
Both are the same.
So I have not watched Crowder in
Oh, I gotta go. That's why I might go back to work
quite a
alone.
while.
Cool
but
guys,
he
this show's gonna get better.
definitely
Hi,
talked
Doug.
about
Love
Boner.
you.
Says the JM. This is why
Love
you.
you,
This is why
Doug.
you killed. This is why you killed God's son. You sons of bitches. I don't know why you really killed him. I love you guys. See you guys later.
I was
Bye.
thinking of Momoa. I was trying to think of
How'd you know it was Aquaman?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know if Crowder's talked about the vaccines because I haven't watched him.
Yeah, I don't
since
watch him
he
either
had
anymore.
But he definitely talked about voter fraud. Like he had specials on it. Like they went to places where there was supposed to be like this person voted from this place, and they'll go there and it's just like a vacant building and shit.
Well,
So
can I be
he's
fair on
definitely-
that? That's a distraction because that's individual voter fraud, and that's now we're going into registrations. That's not the fault of the
no, I
individual
mean,
voter.
but I'm
That's the fault of the
just saying,
registration,
like,
and then the
he-
politicians
he-
set up the
he-
registration laws, and like DeSantis not cleaning up the voter rolls. That's not like the individual voter. That's not an individual
just
voter.
saying,
That
like,
person doesn't even exist. That's a
I'm just
election
saying he
official
does talk about
abusing
it.
that address.
Mm-hmm.
So
And they
he's not
don't-
even properly explaining it. He's making it seem like there's actual.
How do you
individuals doing
really? How
this.
do you really feel about him, Eric? Like, what are your?
I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. He hasn't talked about anything really. Like, what has he done for the movement?
I
You
don't
guys have talked
You
more.
talk shit about the
or-
libertarians, and listen,
You guys are braver than he is, or Ben Shapiro.
It
To be
was
fair,
fucked up, dude, because he used to be like pretty.
We're about to get a
embracive
conch. We're gonna have a
of
speaking conch here, quick.
like libertarians, dude. And then he was just like, fuck them libertarians. And then we were gonna throw his mug, and then I was like, no, wait, that's a good mug.
So, all right, back to the timeline real quick. Let me finish this fucking
and
episode
really
and
quick,
get
can you
through it.
explain what this mug thing is? Because I've heard this over and over. Like, he sells mugs.
Do you have one
it
handy, Alice?
used
I can grab
to-
one.
Yeah,
Hold on.
so okay, and it used to be, and this is what I actually have a question about all of this. So it used to be when he was with the Blaze. So if you signed up for Mug Club, like you got a Louder with Crowder mug, and it's actually a really nice mug. It's made in China, but it's a nice mug. And I have a lot of mugs, but it's a
Mine
nice
was made in
mug.
Vegas.
Hey, it's one of the best mugs in town. Okay. Just like,
But so you would get Steven Crowder show, and you would get like, all of his shows, and you'd get stuff early, but you'd also get like a bunch of other shows with it too, this is where my question comes in. When you subscribe to something, part of the reason they tell you need to subscribe to us because big tech is going to try and shut us down, like that's what they say. So like the Blaze, like people would sign up for the Mug Club, and they would get shit like Eric July and oh my god, what's his name? Gavin McGinnis, I think he used to be on there. So Daily Wire, same thing. Don't you sign up for a subscription? Isn't that where the bigger money is supposed to be coming from? So if Steven Crowder were to take Mug Club and wouldn't all those Mug Club members then move over to the Daily Wire, and wouldn't the Daily Wire, like that's where I'm getting like,
Okay. So the way it worked with it was CRTV, and I'm pretty sure the same way it worked on the Blaze was you can go to the Blaze and you can sign up for the Blaze for whatever their price was, or you could sign up for Mug Club through Steven Crowder's website, which would automatically enroll you in the Blaze subscription. So like think of this like if you had a Netflix special, Eric. Like Netflix worked out a deal where they said, okay, if you can get people to join, you can create your own like Eric's Anti-Vax Society, where they go and they sign up under you, but they're actually paying Netflix for the subscription, but you get registered. These people registered with Netflix for Eric Abbenante. And then you gave everybody, a free fake syringe filled with Diet Coke, whatever you want to fucking do. It's the same principle. It was an interesting how it worked out.
But then he didn't spend any time talking about like vaccines and like pretended like he was like actually talking about voter fraud when he was kind of doing it in a facile fashion. I mean, I don't know. It's just like I don't have any sympathy for him either, is because it's like he didn't really spend his time.
No, but I wouldn't say like just from what I gather, like, I mean, because I used to watch Steven Crowder quite a bit. I was a Mug Club member.
Okay, so you actually know what you're talking. I'm just talking out my ass. So
Yeah, I haven't watched him in years.
Yeah.
I
I
haven't
don't know
watched him in.
anything
I will
So what
say
you're
one of
focusing
the-
on, Eric, when voter fraud and like vaccines were like the hot topic, I haven't watched Steven Crowder, so I can't say if he talked about it or not.
Yeah,
But what I can tell you is when I
only
watched him
say
like 6
about-
years ago, like he was bucking against every system like at the time. But I don't know. To your point, I can't
but
speak for him.
one of the reasons I liked him is because I was like, I may not agree with him on everything. I'm like, but I I like people who are passionate about things. I like it when somebody truly cares about something and they're passionate about it. Like he's very pro-life, and his wife and his mom like volunteer for programs and stuff that
They
help
walk the walk.
young.
They seem to walk the
Yeah,
walk.
they walk the walk. That's something they're involved in. He gives money to stuff. And it's just so I don't like I get what I always gathered from Steven Crowder, and even though I wouldn't be considered conservative, like I I do have a conservative lifestyle and I embrace that kind of lifestyle.
No,
But
you're not. You're a dirty turkey, and you know it.
Well, let me take this in a different direction. So he could kind of be considered like a talk show host, right? Like, I
That's
would
exactly what he was shooting for.
well, I would consider him like he was.
I would say that's how it was. I didn't the one of the reasons I stopped watching is I don't know, like I just didn't like the people on there anymore, and
The
I don't
cast.
know.
Yeah, sometimes
He's
the cast.
when I watched him, he often said his goal was to be the more conservative version of a mid-90s David Letterman. David
Okay,
Letterman was his hero and idol growing up.
Okay,
Like he never missed a late show. With David
it's
Letterman.
funny because when I was watching, like like I said, I saw a clip or two, and he's kind of showing stuff in the background. I was like, it was reminiscent of Jon Stewart. But anyways, I was thinking he's gonna be like a talk show host either way. So right now it's like Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, and Gutfeld on mainstream TV. Let's look at Fallon. He's making 16 million a year for 5 years. That's 80 million. Is he worth more than Fallon?
I mean,
I would say yes.
in my opinion.
I mean, well, and let's not do the obviously Fallon is an objective blowhard for big pharma, but like if Steven Crowder had a show on network TV, could he pull more numbers than Fallon in reality?
Here's what I can tell you because the numbers aren't public with Blaze.
You know what? I would say no to that.
Well,
because
but I could do some.
He's not as friendly as Fallon.
I would
Let
say
me do some
range.
And
Too.
I think
people younger than him, yes, but older. No.
Let's do some back of the napkin math. Blaze hasn't released the numbers. However, on his new email subscription list, there has been 300 to 350,000 people that have signed up for it since he's left the Blaze. What he's calling Mug Club now. It's not a subscription service right now. What he's doing is he's building a platform, and I think he created this drama to boost the platform. But he's got 300 to 350, and it's often been speculated that 300 was the amount of subscribers he brought to the Blaze. That's been unconfirmed through several people at the Blaze throughout the years, is about 300,000. At $100 a year, which is what a Blaze subscription or a Mug Club subscription is, that would equal out to $30 million a year in subscriptions alone. And just in subscriptions.
So do you wonder,
But as a business, like I would only pay someone $3 million for that. Like you'd only pay them like 10% of what you would be getting in reality.
But and here's the argument: if you own the business, you're the one who gets to pocket all the proceeds. Which he's saying he's been doing this long enough where he's a proven entity. That first off, he said money has nothing to do with it. But the $12.5 million a year in the offer is less than half of what his actual subscription worth is. Not counting YouTube ad revenue, not counting Snapchat ad revenue, not counting TikTok revenue, just that number alone. Now, there is going to be a lot of subscription crossover with his audience and the Daily Wire audience. So you got to factor that in. I mean, to be conservative, we'd say 50%. I'd probably say the number's more like 65% of his actual, like the overall. He would bring new subscribers to Daily Wire. It would still be more than justify the 12 million. But taking the money out of it, if he does, he's going to go out on his own and he's going to create his own Daily Wire Plus, his own Disney Plus, his own Hulu. He's going to create Louder with Crowder, the streaming service. And he's already said that in the first video. He said, I'm going to create my own new product. And he's looking for small creators. And he's promised small creators that he never wants to own their social media. And none of his contracts he puts out are going to be designed to where he controls their social media and he monetizes their social media. His whole argument in this, what he said publicly, whether you believe him or not, that's up to you. What he said is he doesn't want conservative or anybody's contracts, but in the conservative space, to have this, you're going to get penalized for being penalized by big tech. Like, he doesn't want to have big tech have control over these contracts. He's saying YouTube, Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, Pictogram, whatever the fucking app is, should not have any say on a penalty in his contract, which I kind of understand, but I also understand that the nature of the social media market in this new game is uncharted, to where Daily Wire is saying, hey, we're paying $50 million for a product that we're hoping is going to be worth $150 million overall, to where we make twice as much in the time we're signing you for, and we've got to have all the revenue streams available to recoup that money. I understand that.
Isn't it 50 million over 4 years too? So when
It's
that
50 million over 4 years. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
12.5 million, really. And
Yeah.
so, you know, I really think that they looked at it. They looked at like Jimmy Fallon's numbers and they were like, okay, he's worth about 75% of what Jimmy Fallon is worth. And they put those numbers out. And to be honest, it was kind of a fair assessment. He should have just negotiated on the terms of it. But, you know, I mean, he probably just didn't want to work for Ben Shapiro. He got undercutted on what he wanted, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna make a big stink out of the little terms of it. It's kind of a dual game, like you referenced earlier. They're both using it for publicity to rise their stocks.
Yeah. There's no heroes in the story, and I don't think there's any villains in the story either. I think you have two parties who are both trying to do what's best for them, or what they best believe for their moral beliefs, if you believe Crowder. And I'm not saying I do, and I'm not saying I don't. I have no vested interest in this, and this is like the Kanye story. Once again, I don't give a fuck about how all this plays out. It's just I run a show where I'm supposed to report on the hot topics, and this right now is a hot topic. I'm trying to be unbiased. Hence the reason I told you I was a Mug Club member at the beginning, because I don't want anybody to say, well, you're a fucking clutch for Steven Crowder, because I don't think Crowder's right. I think releasing the private phone call he had with Jeremy Boring last night was utterly atrocious. That shouldn't have happened. And I'm not saying that him recording really quick, Jeremy Boring...
Update the audience on that. Give a quick synopsis, because we didn't go over that.
Oh, the what?
The phone call, like release.
Phone call? Okay, so last week he called Jeremy Boring, and he said, listen, Jeremy, I can't unsee this contract. I have a big problem with the big tech censorship portion of it. And he said, and in the phone call, he said, take me out of this. Take Steven Crowder and the money and everything else out of this. And he said in the phone call, I'm worried about the people who come up behind me. He says, I'm not the type of person who wants to raise the ladder once I make it to the top. I want to leave the ladder there for more people to climb it and come up with me. And he said, these contracts you're doing, this is what he's saying. I'm not saying agree. I'm just saying this is what he said. These contracts, you're owning these young talent. And in the phone call, Jeremy Boring said, well, yeah, people are going to come to work here if they've only got 100,000 subscribers, and they're going to be wage slaves for the first 6 years. You know, and then, you know, once they're done with my contract, if they don't want to stay there, they're going to go off, and they've made it bigger. I've made them. So, you know, they're wage slaves for a little bit. I boosted up their subscriber counts. They can go off and do their own show and see how they work on their own. Jeremy didn't know he was being recorded. Now, I don't have a problem with recording the conversation, especially if this was going to go into a court battle. That would be a good conversation to have. I think releasing it to the public was a bad move. And let me be frank. You should never say anything on a phone call that you wouldn't be willing to say any time of the week. Like, there is shit in text conversations and phone conversations I've had with everybody in this fucking room. But there's nothing that I've said to them that I'm not ashamed to say in front of a camera. And I hope everybody who's watching the show knows I'm not fucking afraid to say something on camera that I would be privately. But if Forrest Mommy recorded conversations, she's got me dead to rights. I can never run for Congress.
Like, look at me. If you even knew half the shit that's out there of me before even Twitter. I was just going to say something right about what you were saying. God damn it, I'm so stupid.
Hex and Furious Mom, you guys have been very suspiciously quiet on this.
Oh,
I
you
was
all
gonna
been
say something about content and about what you guys were talking about, but I lost
Suspiciously
it.
quiet on what? I don't feel
On
like
this
I've been-
topic about Crowder. You guys haven't really chimed in yet.
If he's hiring, hey
I
man,
did.
hit me up, Forest Mommy, 1983.
Well, yeah. I was gonna say when Paul was talking about
Cash
Crowder
App Force
starting
Mommy.
his own thing, like you think we can get in?
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I'm thinking about fucking sending an email on behalf of the FMU and sibling revelry. Like, hey, we're not your cup of tea. We're not your cup of tea. But if you want to take on risque fucking people who lean more to the right, more libertarian, more liberty minded, like
actual
you could pay me.
libertarians. That's what I don't like. What he said about libertarians. I was like, listen, there are ways to make fun of libertarians. The way he was
I'm not
talking.
a libertarian.
I know. There are ways to make fun of libertarians. That's what made me mad at him was when I heard him say this with Alex Jones, and they were like, they were basing like libertarians off of Reason and Cato and like DC Justin Amash libertarians. And I'm like, those people don't represent the real fucking world.
We can base them off of Mitt Romney, John McCain.
Exactly. I'm like, fucker, you don't know like who it is nowadays, and it's different now anyways. And it's like, fuck off.
Yeah, and that's where I disagree with Crowder a lot. He's a statist. He thinks that big government can solve the problem themselves as long as, like, I mean, I may be.
But I think I do think he realizes the importance of culture.
We'll be right back.
I agree with that.
I do think that, but he wants culture to influence the state. I'm more, and what's weird is like Ben Shapiro's actually said this. Like, I used to like Ben Shapiro when he just like was a shithead to like college kids because that shit's funny. Like, you need to be challenged when you're a kid. You do. It's good. It's healthy. I was challenged. It's a good thing to be challenged on you. So that shit was funny, but like even like Ben Shapiro, like I don't remember what interview it was, but he said he was like, I want to influence people in culture just to help them gravitate towards that culture, but I don't believe government is the way to make that culture happen. And I'm like, oh, see, we can agree on that. Cause yeah, like, but I think there's a lot of conservatives who like don't want to accept the fact that there's some people that just aren't going to want to get married. They're not going to want to have kids. They're not going to want to do those things. And that's okay. But there's a lot of conservatives, I think, that like just think everybody should do that. And it's like bad.
Well, the biggest problem is everybody thinks they're right and everybody should live their way of life. My biggest flaw is
I don't.
live
My
like
way
me.
of life
Live
is
however the
not
fuck
for
you want.
everybody.
Just leave me the fuck alone. Like,
Yeah,
don't force me to do what you want.
Like I would never try and push on somebody to be a stay-at-home mom and homeschool their kids. Now, if I saw them like struggling or leaning that way, like I would obviously like try and show them the positives, but be honest about the negatives of those things. But yeah, I mean, I don't think like there's people that are like, people need to have more kids, and I'm like, dude, I'm good with 2. Like it's my limit. My cousin today, 6 fucking kids, dude. 6 kids. I wouldn't even know what to do.
I'm sitting here with 0. Let's go.
One thing Eric said earlier.
What up, Dickie? What up, Dick? Dickie's made some good videos. Everyone needs to go watch his videos, by the way.
I love the Polly Walnuts fucking avatar. One thing Eric said earlier was like how Daily Wire is projecting all the Jewish stereotypes. One thing about Jeremy Boring is he is a Christian. He is like, I'm pretty sure he's Catholic. I could be wrong on that, but he is a Christian. Ben Shapiro, obviously a member of the tribe.
And I apologize on behalf of Jewish people for Ben Shapiro.
I mean, seriously, here's the thing. You just don't understand. When it comes to the religious side of the aspect. Anyway, Jeremy Boring in his 52-minute response video, there was one part that I found really funny because nobody knows. Everybody associates Jeremy Boring being Jewish just because of Ben Shapiro. But in the thing, he was like, the one thing people don't understand is like $50 million. It's a lot of money, but the contract's just not for $50 million because you got to consider the marketing we're going to put in, the advertising, the technology, the infrastructure. I mean, really, the contract is like not a $50 million. It could be a $60 million, a $70 million, an $80 million, a $100 million. I'm like, oh my God, you're living the Jewish meme out loud.
But for you, it will be 50 million. Yeah.
It could be 60 million. Who knows?
I understand what Crowder is saying. Like, so you wrote these terrible terms of the contract. You tried to Jerry Heller me, and but what Crowder is, what Crowder I guess was supposed to do was play the game of it, and he was like, okay, well, here's how I'm going to play the game of it. I'm going to use it as a launching pad, and I'm gonna pretend like I'm for other creators when I'm just gonna kind of do what all the other bosses I've had have done. I mean, there's no evidence that he's going to do anything different. He just says he's going to do something different, which sounds great initially until, you actually get into logistics. But it's just, for me, I never was impressed. Like, what has he done really for the movement in general? It's like Alex Jones has like done research and like done journalism. I'm looking at people like that, like, okay, who's actually like got us the goods versus like who kind of just sits there, talks, and then sells you mugs. It's like, it's a little different. Like, it is a little grifter-y. I'm not saying he's a grifter, but it's grifter-esque. It's like, I don't know, what is he doing really?
There's way more important shit to talk about. There's way more important shit to talk about, like the Who and shit.
We just keep calling people.
Are we trying to get banned right now? Like, is that what's going on? Hey, but the one thing I want to say, Eric, is I don't mind a grift as long as you enjoy the content. Or not, I'm saying this. I don't care if we're talking about Steven Crowder. I don't care if we're talking about Eric Abbenante. If you like somebody and you like the message they're spreading, I do support you supporting them. Like, let's face it. We're all in this space because this is what we love doing, and we're trying to figure out a way to make this our living, where this is what we can do all the time. And Eric, I have no clue what your situation is. Like, if you are living off the documentaries and that, but you would like to, right? That's what you would like to do full time, right?
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. Okay. I want to have a substantive way to go to that path. I don't want to get there by selling my soul and kind of just like towing the line of controversy, but not really like touching anything. I'm not going to ever tell you something new. I'm just going to reshare the most popular cultivated set of memes and all this other stuff. This is really what I've observed this from the left. The right had this chasm, this big vacuum of talent. No one's really like on the right is coming in and taking this. And so there's a lot of people like Crowder and them, and they actually like they made some good content, but in reality, what have they done? Honestly, it's like Alex Jones has been pushing the ball forward for us for a while. There's other people I can mention. I'm not just, I'm just on his network, but there's a lot of other people like who've been pushing the ball forward, giving us research, and they're not even really necessarily asking you for money necessarily. There's people.
Wait a minute. Are you saying Alex Jones doesn't want us to buy nutraceuticals?
Everything is free, and then you have the opportunity to buy. That's a big difference. I can watch every single thing for free, and then if you want to buy, sure, you could watch every single Alex Jones thing for free for your entire life. You never paid once, and that was your choice. That is called libertarianism, isn't it? Okay. So that's the difference. All the movies, they're for free. Okay. And if you want to donate, go for it. And if you want to say, hey, it wasn't worth a single penny, go for it. To me, that's the difference. The subscription model. And hey, if you want to see the secrets to save your life, you need to give me $20 a month. It's like, no, I want to get to like the part where we can get some free content back. And that, we used to have a lot more free and public access stuff. And then it kind of became divided into like everything is kind of Disney Plus now. Daily Wire is Disney Plus.
Here's my counter to that. I agree with you. I agree with you on what you're saying. But here's where I contradict. Here's where I'm going to say I disagree with you. If you do something where like, hey, do you want to donate? Like, you have a donate page, right? That I plug that I personally plug. I hope everybody goes and donates to you and Lila Hart. But now,
LilaHart.com/donate.
what happens if you have like a large portion of your audience say, "Hey, I love supporting you guys, but I'm just donating, and I feel like I'm getting the same as everybody else, and I'm carrying the water." Now, I know nobody's ever going to say that to you in an email. Well, actually, you don't know. People might say that to you, but like if they, that's where I support like
Alex Jones
nutraceutical.
donated $1 million. Okay, some people there's just sometimes that just happens. Some people do carry the water. It's never even. That's how our tax code works. There are people who really carry the water for all the other freeloaders. That's just the natural system of it.
But
Some
I'm
people-
not. But what I'm saying is I'm not going to vilify somebody for saying, "Hey, here's all my free shit, and here's extra content that I'm going to put up on my own page that if you want to pay for, great. If you don't, great. But I can't say this shit on YouTube. I can't say this shit anywhere else. But if you want to pay and you want to come to my website, you're going to be paying for value." I'm not saying this is the 10 secrets to save your life. 10 secrets to save your life.
Here's the ultimate counter to that. On this paywall where he could say whatever he wanted, did he ever once tell you about the vaccines?
I don't know.
That's right.
I don't know.
Right.
Infowars.com. Infowars.com.
So, when it comes to the real stuff, and
saying,
this
as you're getting older, your libido might fall, and if your libido falls, what I'm saying is just go to AlexJonesInfoWars.com and buy some nutraceuticals. Your libido will kick right back in. I swear to God, you'll get a 6-pack. It's fucking awesome. And I'm not making fun of Alex Jones. I love Alex Jones.
Okay, one, you never have to get a dick pill, and two, you can skip past the commercials. It's not that hard.
I want to hear about the dick pills. I want to hear about the dick pills.
If Doug was here, Eric,
Alpha Force or whatever. I'm not sure if it's dick pills, but that's how I use them. Are you supposed to ingest them orally?
No, anally. You didn't read the fucking bottle? And yes, I buy from Alex Jones.
Via the urethra is how I ingest everything. It's a great way to go. But
everybody knows it goes into your system quicker up the ass. But if my brother was here, he would tell you, Eric, that if you said, "Hey, what is the number one reason Paul pays for somebody's subscription or anything else?" He would go, "Oh, because he fucking hates advertisements and he doesn't want to see them." The number one reason I buy subscriptions for creators and shit like that is literally to avoid fucking advertisements. I fucking hate commercials. When I'm on YouTube and a commercial pops up, I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm on the SibRev account, not my personal account. This is gay." I pay YouTube and I hate YouTube and I shouldn't be paying them, but I fucking hate advertisement. And YouTube is like, right now it's about 50% of what I watch. The other 50% is on Rumble. If a creator is on Rumble and they're a creator I like, I watch them fucking on Rumble. And I pay Rumble for commercial free too.
That's how uncensored Rumble is. You can watch creators fucking on Rumble. That's what Paul just said. Crazy.
Hey, Force Mommy, I'm just
They
saying.
get paid.
Make an
They
idea.
get paid for that.
I didn't know Rumble was like OnlyFans. Wow.
Hey, didn't you just get a casting couch, Jess? There you go.
Yeah. I have this whole desk and a setup now. Like, it is a legit little porn room.
Hey, just for the record, casting couch porn Hex is in my top 3 favorite porn categories.
I don't know.
Because he wanted you to know that specifically, Hex.
Because you brought it up. Because I think me and Hex can relate on this offline later on. Like, did you see the one where the chick came in and she's like, "Oh my God, I just lost my job. I have a kid and I can't feed her." And dude's like, "Well, if you fuck me today, I can get you jobs for $1,000 in 2 months."
I always knew I was going to be a filmmaker because I always had trouble just watching porn. It was just like, I was like, the framing is terrible. The plot holes are so big you could fuck them. I mean, it was just,
I thought about making porns better too, and I have friends who've done it too. Like, they made it better.
There's a lot of people who've made porn better. Just
There's a lot of people who made porn too.
Yeah, they're filmed without their
funny story, true story. In the military, homemade pornographic films are often made with your fellow service members. And one of my buddies is like, "Dude, check this out. Remember that chick you met last night that I was at the bar with? Yeah, look what we did." And then he shows me his raunchy cell phone camera thing where it's all shaky and shit. And I literally told him, I'm like, "Dude, this is garbage. Like, you wouldn't even watch this later to masturbate to." He's like, "What are you talking about?" And I started giving him filming techniques. And he's like, "I don't think I could do that when I'm in the heat of the moment." No joke. He goes, "Hey, she's coming back over in 2 days. Want to come watch us fucking tape it?" And I'm like, "What?" Yes.
Everyone kinky comes out, man, one time or another. I swear.
and all he
Sometimes
had was an
you're like,
iPad.
I'll go along for a weird
filming-
ride tonight. Whatever.
Yeah, and all he had was an iPad to film on.
Love.
Let me tell you, filming porn on an iPad, it's a weird experience.
Are
but
you
I got
gonna
over
film
it
it?
quick.
Are you gonna film them this next? You gonna go over there and film them and do it really?
No, I
good?
did. This was years and years ago, Forrest
Oh.
Mommy. This is back when I was in my fucking early 20s.
Oh, okay.
I just love there's all this advancement in technology, and we've been using the same angles in porn for 60 years. It's like not even like a good POV like advancement. It's just like, God, it's just like it's embarrassing as a filmmaker to see porn. It's like you guys need to step it up. You guys are the amateurs.
Ape, I disagree.
Wow, I come
feel
back
this
and
is
all
the
I
best
hear
episode.
is sea porn, and you got to step it up.
Yeah, Alice,
porn.
you do.
First time I ever had sex with my ex-wife, somebody filmed it without me knowing it. And Alice, because you said sea porn, we actually had sex by the Atlantic Ocean and in the Atlantic Ocean. Whole thing was filmed. Didn't
It
realize
almost
at the time.
ended porn, but they burned the tapes. Luckily,
Who
Nah,
was
this is
filming
2009.
it?
It
Who
was
was
digital.
filming it?
So me and my ex-wife was in the Navy.
I was
We were on
about
a
to say
private-
it was another Navy.
You know how
guy,
those
wasn't it?
Navy people are.
We
Oh.
were on a private beach in Virginia. Do you know what I'm talking about, Jess?
Does it start with a C?
D.
D? I don't know.
Virginia?
I didn't-
You were right next to it. Me and you lived in the same area. Anyway.
like private. Okay, is it the name
Okay.
of like that place?
I
on
get
the-
it.
Installation, yes.
Yeah.
Private
I
beach.
remember.
Me and the first time my ex-wife had sex was on the beach. It was literally like 1 a.m. What I didn't know is we were in school for the military at this place. And what I didn't realize at the time was a couple of people we went to school with were literally behind a sand dune 50 feet away from us. And we didn't have iPhones in 2009. You had the shitty flip phones. You had like not good recording, but the first
Right.
time me and my ex-wife had sex, it was caught on shitty cell phone film and circulated throughout our school. And then, of course, we got called into the CO's office and we had to
You
explain
think they
ourselves.
jacked
And
off while they were filming you? Think they were jacking off while they were
I have
filming?
no idea. I don't know.
They
I don't care.
probably
They're
jacked-
both,
or they
they're
jacked
both
off
happily
to it
married with
later.
kids now, and I'm sitting in a trailer talking to you fucks on the internet. So, what the fuck do I know?
Did you get sand
know
in your
what?
butt? Did you get sand
What's that?
in your butt? Did you get sand in your butt?
I mean, yeah, you got sand everywhere. I felt bad for her because she had to get sand in that vagina, you know?
That's gotta be-
They call it a
yeah.
screaming eagle, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
To purpose.
That's one of those things that movies make seem like they're so romantic and beautiful, and it's like, but you get sand in your butt.
No, you do it on the a nice ass beach house with a nice roof, like top deck. That's how you fuck on the beach.
There
okay?
you go.
I'm just telling.
I'm sorry, me and
And
Eric kind of
married.
hijacked this with porn talk. Where were we in like the
Yeah,
overall
God.
conversation?
I know that was a
every
brilliant
time.
wrap up of the
30 turkeys. 30 turkeys.
situation.
50 million, 60 million, 70 million.
You chewed him.
He really, he did though. I will say that for
Kanye won,
yes.
Jews minus 6 million and one.
Yeah,
I've been
ultimate-
listening to Kanye just as like that's like
Would
my
you racist
fuck,
person?
yeah, like fuck you to the man.
I didn't even hear it, but I liked it.
I'm gonna go piss real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh God. Guess that's probably all there is to say about the Crowder topic, right? Because I mean, I would be honest. Most.
Oh no,
of it
I'm gonna talk about it pretty extensively tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
actually
what I'm
like bring
saying.
up the
I wouldn't have
contract and
to-
shit like that.
If
Yeah,
you what?
it's just yeah.
Go
Rich
ahead.
people arguing over millions. Nothing
That's
too
true.
interesting on that. But
Is Crowder willing to stick a fucking sparkler up his butt for $1,700? No, he's probably not. But
Oh my
The better
god.
part of that
I
story
have
is
a
what you
funny
spent the
story.
1,700 on. Like
Yeah.
you stuck a sparkle in your ass to go to Cleveland, which is
Hey,
somehow the coolest and
That's
saddest story in the world.
fuck you, Paul. You drove 10 hours here, motherfucker. So
yeah, that's true.
yeah, you probably spent 1,700 in gas to get here. Shut up, Paul. I'm
In Biden's economy, you're damn right I did.
Hex, are you from Cleveland?
I am.
Oh, that's cool. I grew up in Utah, and we just had Donovan Mitchell go to Cleveland, and it was funny. He said he was like, "Oh, I'm so glad to be out of Utah now that I'm in Cleveland," and I was like, it's It was so funny that Cleveland was the breath of fresh air. I was like, damn, Utah sucks.
That's ironic. Cleveland being the breath.
Yeah, that's funny because I went to Utah, like drove through Utah, stayed there for a night, and went and sat on canyons and shit. And I'm like, man, this place is so beautiful. I ate at this like little family-owned place. We got deli sandwiches and like the best apple cider. And I'm like, man, it's like so quaint and nice here. And this dude's like, glad I'm back in Cleveland. I'm from Cleveland too. Well, just outside of Cleveland.
If you ever
Well, I
want
lived in Cleveland.
if you ever want to piss off a Mormon, just tell them that they're not Christian. It's really funny to watch.
Dude, I'll tell you what. Out of the Mormons I've met, are you Mormon, Eric? No, you're Jewish, right?
So my dad got a job there when I was like 3. So I grew up there. I went to university there, got the hell out as soon as I graduated. But yeah, I like most of my life is Utah.
Where were you born?
Santa Monica, California.
I bet you're glad you got out of that shithole, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's Santa Monica to Utah, though. It was kind of like lateral
Delaware.
movement.
It's Delaware.
Well, no, Delaware has power and connections and money.
Yeah.
Utah is just out there, and if you aren't Mormon, you are not in the connective tissue of the economy.
Well, if I just identified as Mormon, would that fly?
People, you could pretend you were like a basketball or football player in Utah, and you could live off that for a good like 20 years. People wouldn't ever catch up. Like it's not a very sophisticated populace in that way. Because you would stick out. Like I knew like the few black people who would be in Utah, there were like a lot of advantages of it because like you're literally like you stick out. Then the disadvantages like the police and stuff. But
First, I want to address this real quick. First, how dare you say that Joseph Smith did not put the gold tablets that he dug up in his backyards into a hat and interpret what God said and Jesus in America? False. They're Christians.
Greatest scam artist since Fauci, Joseph Smith. I mean, I'm so proud of my boy. Yeah, he was a good guy. I mean, if you really look into it, it's impressive. It's just like he kind of like continued to lie over and over, built a religion around it, got a whole bunch of people to migrate to like various states, and then they landed in Utah. It's beautiful.
It really is the greatest story ever
I
told.
could start a religion and get a following like that and like get them to sell their houses and give me their money and shit like that. I mean, it sounds like a pretty
I want
good
to start a
idea.
religion.
I mean, he wasn't.
Lives.
He wasn't like a genius scam artist where he's like, okay, join my mug club, but he was pretty good. I mean, he couldn't get 50 million out of it and then like sniff at that, but he's pretty good.
All right. If somebody said, hey, do you want a mug to hold your coffee, or would you like to have 3 wives? I know whose show I'm listening to, Eric. Like, I'm just saying, it's a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, because no one has a mug. Thank you, Stephen, for providing things that we don't have.
I will say that, like, every practicing Mormon I've ever met in my life has legitimately been, like, the nicest people I've interacted with.
Yeah,
they're the nicest fucking people.
There's one in my Discord. There's a couple in the Discord, Mormons.
Are really? Because they're silently judging you all the time, actually. So remember that.
Well, yeah,
I don't know that.
Judging us.
And I know they're silent. I know they're silently judging me, Eric. And all I think to myself is, fuck you, my underwear's more comfortable than yours.
Okay, here's the worst part about being with Utah Mormons. You're at a 4-way stop, and they all want to be like, no, you go. No, you go. Because they think that's like their ticket to heaven is like little bullshit, things like that. And it's just like, they will do fake nice things all the time. And then in reality, they don't care. That's really, that's my read on Utah.
How you fix that? Just fire off some gunshots and then,
Yeah.
My sister was a teacher in Nevada, and they had like a lot of people there that came from Utah. So they had like a lot of Mormons, and like the Mormon men would leave books and pamphlets like on her desk. It's like they almost didn't even think that she should be a teacher. Like, you have a husband and a child at home. Why aren't you at home? They were correct, though. Her ass should have been at home.
Everybody's done it, Dickie. Everybody searched it.
And okay, St. Michael, that's very interesting. So St. Michael makes a very interesting point. He's like saying it's like that's like rural America. No, like rural America, like in Texas, there's like a general culture of respect, right? So in Texas, you move over to the left, and when you're on the road, you open the door for people. In Utah, it's like fake nice. They wouldn't do that unless someone else is watching or they think God is watching. And it's just kind of an obnoxious thing to deal with. It is a very big difference. Like in Texas, people just do it because it's a cultural thing. You're expected to do it. And they're just generally either nice or it's just ingrained in their system. In Utah, it really is a for show thing. And it's hard to really describe too well, but it's like they're only doing it for
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a selfish motive difference is this distinction I guess I could bring up on that.
Eric, have you ever seen SLC Punk?
I actually was at a church and everybody kept opening doors for people. Even my little son who's crazy, was opening doors for people, but that's just like what you do in the Midwest. Like
yeah, no, and that's
Yeah,
really
that's
good. That's a cultural thing,
yeah.
And I've never seen SLC Punk and then Napoleon Dynamite are like the two Utah movies. If you ever
Dynamite is the greatest movie.
Have you seen both? Have you seen SLC Punk?
No, I haven't. It was a little before my time, old man. No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're not wrong.
I'm just kidding.
How old are you?
I'm just kidding. It was actually.
Sorry, you, Eric.
It was right on the edge of my time. Like a bunch of people told me to get it, but what I mean by that is it wasn't very accessible. See, now I could go to like all these websites and go watch it. Whereas like back then I wanted to watch it and I couldn't find it like in the Blockbuster. I literally remember that.
You had to rely on other people to show you shit way more back in the day. Like
being able to have access to everything at your fingertips as long as someone else has uploaded it to the internet is a phenomenal thing. Really quick, by the way, I'm doing research on AIDS. If anyone
I don't know what I did, Paul. Sorry.
If anyone is currently going to a college, please hit me up on Twitter. I need your access to get some really top secret documents. And I don't.
Do they have to have AIDS?
No.
Wait,
What if they do have AIDS?
College? Is that what you're doing?
Is that a higher mark?
I have
when
nieces
they
and
apply,
nephews in college.
I mean, as long as they send me the access, I can get the documents. I don't care. I don't care. I just need.
So if you have AIDS and access to the document, you'll probably get selected for Eric's next film.
No, I don't need. I don't need you to have AIDS. You can just go get the COVID vaccine for that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
And we're gone.
That was just a joke. You too.
It was, and I was quoting somebody else when I was saying that, and clearly that's misinformation. I mean, who would say that? I mean, only a
Eric Heavenly who art in Switzerland, please forgive us of the sin we made today, and do not take us offline.
Okay, Davos.
Yeah, don't worry. It wasn't based off of logic, anyways. That's assholes. Like, there isn't really like if you go back. So everything we discussed on the World Health Organization is something they've said about themselves. So that's kind of why it's funny that like you guys got dinged for it. Was we were reviewing World Health Organization documents that they were talking about themselves. It's their own bulletins. So that's why it's pretty funny.
Forrest Mama was with me when I was writing the appeal. Now, granted, I wrote that appeal really angry, which I should have never done. I should have slept on it a night to then write the appeal. But I'm like, all of his sources are listed on the fucking screen. And his sources, in case you missed it, are the fucking WHO. So tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, they're on screen, and then the sources are on screen. And then I highlight it for you because I know you're a censor and you don't have great reading comprehension skills.
But Paul, you know what? Regardless of whatever happens with my YouTube, you have gotten that Twitter account back twice now. So
we got to sit down one day. Like seriously, we have to sit down one day with Desert Daddy and Forrest Mommy and let like you show me all the emails, you show me all the correspondence.
Well, it doesn't show. There's no fucking. There's only very.
It's just denial letters. Even in the original one.
Denial letters. I've never gotten a reason for why I was fucking banned on it, and they just.
How weird is it that when you file your appeals for your accounts, It's like so fucking vague. But when I do it, they give me all the information. Do you think that? Do they know I'm a man? They're like, we know this is
And
Forest
guess
Mommy,
what?
but
I'm
she got a
actually fine
man.
with that.
She
I'm
got a
fine with
man. We're fucked because
that.
he
I don't
sounds
wanna
like a
be
lawyer.
scared.
Really quick, Forest Mommy, how many accounts you had? I actually had a fan let me know about Desert Daddy. I didn't even know what that was, but like he let me know. So like how many
Yeah.
accounts have you had? Like go through the history of it really quick.
Okay, so there was Forest Mommy, which was at Forest Mommy what it was.
OG.
That one got banned on Christmas 2021. That one now they don't give it back to me ever. But I had already had another one called The Desert Daddy. So everyone knew it was me. But that was my biggest one. That one got to 26,000 people, followers. And like I had this cool Terminator photo, which is pretty fucking cool photo.
The sweetest thing is when that one got banned, everybody changed their profile pictures to the same picture with their face.
Yeah. It was like
That's pretty cool.
Shout out, homies.
And
But they never gave us a reason. And me and Hex got banned right at the same time, right then, too.
Wow.
on the
And they never gave me a
anniversary,
reason.
hilariously, on the anniversary of my very first ban from 2021.
Okay, so a quick tangent. So what was your account called, Hex?
So my first account from 2014 was just Hexcelerate. Then that got banned. I made a new one, called it Hexo_Genesis. And then when I got my old one back, because the new one grew bigger, I just switched the handles around.
Nice. Okay, and then
we're not even done with Forest Mommy. She only got halfway through her list.
well, no. So and then really quick. So Forest Mommy, what was the first account even at Forest Mommy?
It was at Forest Mommy. What was it?
Like
Sub
how many
count.
followers did that
Sub
one
count.
have?
That one got to like 18,000, I think.
Wow. So like we're already almost at like 50,000 combined in just 2 accounts. Okay, continue.
Yeah, but then I had another two. Well, I made another
Forest,
one,
Colorado
which
group.
was because I was running a pack for a little while, and that was our pack email. But I fucking dissolved that shit, not doing that anymore. And so then I was like, okay, well, this will be an alt or a backup, and then they took that one. And then the FMU one. Oh, and I made another one. Wouldn't have they didn't make it far right there around that last little bit, anyways.
Yeah, Wolfgang was only around for a couple days, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was working for a while till I tried to hook it to this fucking live stream.
Oh,
And
yeah,
like,
I remember that.
You dumb bitch, we know who you are now. Like, what the fuck? That was my fault.
That's half a dozen accounts. That's amazing.
and then this is the point where I came into the picture with Forest Mommy and Accelerate, and then we used technology against the fuckers. And then we've been good for both of them since.
I did get locked out of my account for like a week, though. I still don't know why.
That didn't make sense, but they gave it back to you ultimately. Did you win that on an appeal, or did it just come back one day?
No, they just locked it. They didn't tell me why. And then
That's what I was going to get to. I've never gotten any evidence of anything that I've done wrong in my bans. Have they ever given you guys any evidence like this is the tweet?
Every single one for the ones I've been done. Every one I've done for Forest Mommy because I've
for that account. My other accounts, no.
Yeah, but everyone I've had control of. This is why it's weird to me. It's so fucking weird to me that the correspondence I've had with Twitter prior to Elon taking over and post Elon taking over, I would literally file the appeal of, I don't know what the fuck I'm appealing because you haven't told me what I've done wrong. You are now affecting my business and the business of this podcast group, which is the Forest Mommy universe. And if you don't give us an explanation, you'll be hearing from our lawyer. That was the first time. I got a response immediately like, here are the rules we think you violated. And I went through, I read all the fucking rules. I literally opened up Twitter's terms of service. I read all the rules.
Like a Ben Shapiro contract, doesn't it?
So I explained to them and I said, hey, listen, you're saying that we're creating multiple accounts and we're doing bot simulation, which is obviously not the truth. I'm not a bot because I'm talking to you right now. So, it's weird. And then once I did that and I fought every single thing they said we did on the account, they gave it back. This last time, they didn't give her a reason. I said, don't know what I'm appealing. Can you tell me what I did wrong? You're affecting our business. We would all like to go back to making a living for our family. If you don't, you'll be hearing from our lawyer. They gave me a response back. Sorry, this was like Forest Mommy let me know. She's like, I got the account back. And then we checked the email and they were like, we're sorry for the mistake. We apologize for the accidental suspension. Your account is fully restored after 12 hours. You had to delete something, right? You had to delete a tweet.
Yeah, I had to delete 2 tweets. The one that was really awesome, which I'll say it, I don't give a shit. I've said it before anyways. I said, if you were catty as a man, we don't want you as catty trans woman or something like that. Like, so they made me delete that one.
That's ridiculous. That's even like.
Oh,
And
and
then
then the other one I was talking.
here, I got the other one.
Yeah, I was like talking to someone about. We were talking about like how people took. Like they took the vaccine like they were getting saved from Jesus Christ, and it's like mortification of the flesh. You know, we were just talking about that. I'm like, oh, you have to harm. I said something about like harming yourself for the cause, and that's what they. I guess harm yourself flagged it. I don't know.
Hang on. No, you alluded to somebody killing themselves is what you did. And my advice to you was next time you're going to do that, just say in Minecraft at the end of all those tweets. Anytime.
I don't think I really. And it was funny because there was another.
I don't think you did either.
I deleted it because that one I was like, oh, if they haven't caught that one, then there was another one I did about the people in the house. They're like, oh, this puts a target on our back on the house floor. And I was like, oh, they have targets on their back on the house floor. That's all I said. And like, that was the tone in my head. But I was like, I better get rid of that one. So
hang on. I'm looking it up. I'm just going to go back and find it.
Regressed so much. Like back in the 70s, Richard Pryor called Chevy Chase the N-word on like national TV, and that was allowed. And now you can't even make a joke. Like your first joke, like about the trans woman, that's like I've heard that on like I've heard versions of that on Def Jam in like the 90s and the early aughts from comedians, right? And it's like it's not even that edgy, to be honest with you. Like it's a pretty in the pocket kind of joke. It makes sense. It's pretty easy.
Oh, Paul, can we watch my video that I uploaded to Rumble about it? So then I made a video about it.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, I can pull it up. Here it is. You'll appreciate this, Eric, because I believe it was in response to somebody promoting the vaccine. Force Mommy said, "Name redacted. You must harm yourself to prove your true obedience to your masters."
And that's fair. That's fair. That's really that's it.
Yes. Because, and I just closed it, but it explained like telling somebody to end themselves in Minecraft YouTube, that it's the wrong thing to do, and you should know better.
Steve Martin says the N-word in The Jerk too. I was like, ooh.
Yes, Douglas. So it was like he said the N-word, and he called him honky.
He said negligee.
Ooh. I say the N-word all the time. No, get a job. No.
All right, I'm pulling up Rumble, and what am I pulling? Rumble. Where's Mommy?
It's bad. It's just a video. It's just a rant video, but it's for real, and I can say it because I can say it.
And this was in response to the ban, right?
And it's related.
Yeah, okay. I was just people are like, I literally. It's just like fuck off to people. If you're gonna be a fucking catty bitch, if you're gonna become a woman just so you can be a catty bitch, fuck no. Like I will gatekeep. I will turf that shit up like in an instant.
Jess, you know I love you, right? Like what? Unconditionally, right? You gotta learn how to get the videos on the right fucking Rumble.
I know that after I uploaded that one, I was like, oh yeah, I have to put it to the other channel. But that's
it's so funny. Every time I go to look for one of your Rumble videos, it's always like, what fucking channel is it on?
This is why I don't see it.
I don't see it.
Oh, maybe they took it down. Maybe Rumble is like, it wasn't even bad.
Rumble doesn't take anything down.
Rumble doesn't take anything down. It's a weird how this two channel. So you have your creator channel, and then you have like your channel of footage you post to. And
Rumble
like, I
is
just gotta go back and forth.
Essentially, it's a pain in the ass to use.
It's gonna get better. I have the utmost.
It's
faith.
only been a year, but yeah, at the moment, that's what's holding us back. It's just it's so hard to navigate.
All right. Do you remember what the video was called?
Level with me here.
Got it. You did it on your personal account?
Yeah, it's on my personal account. Which I think that's the only thing on my personal account.
No, you have a lot on your personal account. You mix and match. This one video you put here, one video you'll put here. I love you though.
Come on.
You. No shit.
To my trans friends, you know I love you. You could spread the message through the trans community. I'm sorry you hate your body, but I don't fucking hate mine. So if you keep projecting your fucking body hate onto other people, especially women, we got enough to fucking deal with. Now we got these fucking trans bitches trying to make us feel bad about ourselves. Like,
which they are.
You got to be our ally. I've been your ally. You need to be our ally. Okay? Cool.
I just want to know what happened at a Libertarian Party meeting like 20 minutes before that to create that fucking video.
It was Twitter. No, that shit doesn't happen. My best friend's a crossdresser and he votes Trump and he's a he. Like, I have good people like that in my life.
And he's
like,
a he.
He's a he. He's like, no, he likes being, he has a really great female character too. So it's like, cool, more power to him. He just likes to get fucked while he's dressed as a girl. Who am I to blame him? And he'll be honest about that shit. He's not trying to force shit on anybody.
So wait, he likes to get fucked while he's dressed, so he's gay?
Yeah. That fucking, you know what? What was that, Paul?
So he's gay? Like, he likes getting fucked by men?
Yeah, he's definitely bi. I know he has had girlfriends.
Do we call it, so is that a gay man or is that a straight trans woman?
Half of it is they get turned on by dressing as a woman, especially if they're fucking good at it. So there's a kink aspect to it. And then, yeah, I guess for him, because some of them are completely straight and they don't do this, but for him, it's like he likes to get fucked by a dude while he's dressed as a woman. If he wanted to like fuck me, well, and I'm like, I'm not a lesbian like that. I'm like, no, I can't. Sorry.
I'm so confused by modern society. Like,
but you know, he's cool about it. At least some people are cool about it. Like,
being weird is fine. I don't care. Like, if you want to dress as a woman and you have a dick, like,
and it's not at work or anything either. Like,
we just call you bi at both parties.
Yeah, it's like whatever. I get it. And then I hear stories and like, so you remember that guy who worked for the White House who was like basically just a kinky cross-dresser and he stole the luggage?
Oh yeah, that fucker. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, the Department of Energy, the Assistant Department of Energy. Dude.
Wasn't even trying.
Like, no, and he like all his outfits were so frumpy, and I'm like, that motherfucker steals clothes. And so I've had this huge community of cross-dressers I know. All of them would tell me stories about stealing female clothes, like especially when they were kids and shit. And I'm like, of course, like this just makes fucking sense to me. Like that's what these motherfuckers do. And he was just, how did he fucking get to the White House? How did that fucking happen?
I feel like we just need a decoder ring for all this.
We don't have a meritocracy anymore. They win elections off of election officials, so they can just put in whoever they want. No repercussions. It's great.
Isn't it funny how like the Biden administration, and correct me if I'm wrong if this has happened in the past, was like the first administration that's like, okay guys, seriously, we're not going to put the best person in charge of this agency, this department, or this sector. We're literally going to do it based on fucking intersectionality, victim status, and racial equality. And like just to watch it fucking blow up in their face once a week, like the Secretary of Energy is stealing luggage, this, and this. Like every single one of them is slowly fucking failing. It's like, I don't give a shit if my assistant secretary of energy is a fucking cross-dressing furry, as long as the gas prices are fucking cheap. You know what I mean? Like that's what I care about. I don't care if the vice admiral director of health, second to the whatever in charge of whatever is going on, as long as they don't force fucking vaccines on people. Like, can't we just be fucking simple about this shit? You know what I mean?
It's all a distraction, Paul.
Yeah.
Because you can be a degenerate and be kinky and have it be balanced with your life, but some people don't have some people don't have boundary control, and that's the problem. And then when you start like, there are people who can find shit like that and they keep it fucking reined in. And then there's these people who are like, no, you fucking accept it. You have to fucking love my life, and it has to be out in the open with everything and everywhere and accept it everywhere and everywhere. It's like, no, it fucking doesn't. Like they just go too far.
I mean, there's a couple key distinctions. Like one, if you're not messing with the kids, okay, a lot different. And then two, if you're just cross-dressing, that's one thing. But once big pharma gets involved, once you need these hormones, they need to actually transition. They need surgeries, and it becomes a large profit motive money-making machine. That's where I get against it. Especially, you know, if you watch this film, you'll learn the Nazi origins of hormone drugs. You know, it wasn't like they were, you know, cared about transitioning. They were looking for sterilization. And so to me, what I worry about is a lot of these people, they either end up detransitioning or whatever, and then they end up with wrecked bodies. And the only people who did well was big pharma. They got a lot of money out of it, while these kids were tortured in a very vulnerable state. Usually it's in their teenage years when they're going through hormonal disruptions because they're going through puberty and stuff. And then you're going to change that, through surgeries or pills. That's where it gets really, for me, a lot legally different than just dressing up in a freaking costume. Though there should never be a dildo attached if there's a kid around. Like I've seen this at drag shows.
Simple things like this, I
we
were all on board with.
First of all, that's a choking hazard, and you shouldn't have that around kids. Okay, drag show people, and you see that all the time. Not safe for kids. Nope, that's not a safe toy.
That's true. I even knew with this group of they were older trans men, which I just get a lot of middle-aged men, Rel. So this is like middle-aged men who are cross-dressers. Some of them are more trans than others, whatever. And there was one guy who started hanging out, and he had this character, and they all were part of the center. There's like a center for transgender, gay youth, blah blah blah. Which they're it's good to have a place for people to go get help, right? But these places, they're pushing shit because he all of a sudden he's a firefighter. He ends up starting to take the hormones and starting to do the whole transition thing, and then he woke up. He woke up and he was like, holy shit, I get turned on wearing female clothes. What the fuck am I doing taking hormones? And you know what I mean? And he stopped. He didn't go very far at all. But it was he was above 35. He was probably 40 years old. And I know multiple men who were fine. And then in their middle age, they did trans, but it was maybe just dressing as a woman. I don't know if you need to go so far. I don't know.
Just to piggyback off this real quick, I consider myself to be a 37-year-old, even though I'm unhealthy by modern standards and out of shape. I have a very healthy and strong fucking libido, and I can get a hard on if the wind fucking blows right. Here's my honest question when I hear about this. Yeah, here's my honest question when I hear about these 24-year-olds, 25-year-olds who've got to dress like a woman to get turned on. They've got to have fucking a furry costume and shit like that. This goes back to what I've said on my show, and I believe I've said on this show. I think my one rule in life, and Eric, I think will appreciate this. I don't fucking take prescription drugs. I refuse. Even when I get prescribed by a doctor, I'm
probably should be
this isn't gonna work. Give me a more better solution than just putting me on a pill, doc, because I'm not gonna fucking take it. I watched my brother go through a chemical addiction. I watched him get hooked. I'm not gonna fall into the same trap because I believe it runs in my fucking family. And for some reason, mentally and libido, my mental health status, I'm the only one in my family who doesn't self-admit they're crazy. I don't think I'm crazy. I don't. And
you're 0% crazy.
I blame that on never taking prescription drugs. And as far as my health goes, my doctors are always fucking surprised. They're like, you are 50 pounds overweight. Your fucking blood pressure is perfect. All your fucking numbers are perfect. I had a liver issue, but the liver issue, I knew why I had the liver issue. I won't get into it here, but I'm the only thing I could say is I fucking ingest nicotine in any form it comes in. I drink once a week, and I don't take any prescription medications. And somehow I'm doing fine in life.
Honestly, if you're not falling for the big pharma scam, you're gonna be fine no matter what. That's what evolution and humanity. Where we got to,
birth control free break. I'm birth control free gang over here.
Oh, and that's actually a big thing. I mean, we kind of briefly go over it in the film, but it was acknowledged to cause cancer. Even the earliest forms had so many issues. And this is in science. We show it in this is in scientific publications. They're saying, yeah, this is it's very toxic, disrupts a lot of chemical.
It's so unnatural. It's just so it's so transhuman in a way. I get it, but it's just ugh.
Eric, did I ever tell you about the day that I decided I would never get the COVID vaccine?
No.
Who's got music going?
Real quick.
That's me.
So,
synthesizer.
In the military, you get vaccinated for everything. You get shot the day one of being in the military with 40, and I'm not kidding when I say 40 different fucking vaccinations. Jabs, pokes.
For instance, the anthrax vaccine was a big controversy in the 90s and the aughts. Should the military get it? So yeah.
In World Death Organization, which everybody should go watch, and you should also go fucking donate to Eric. He won't shill for himself, but I'll shill for him. But when they were talking about cattle, That's what the military is. Day one in the military, your first day in boot camp is literally everybody getting hurtled into the medical center, and you go through it like it's fucking Henry Ford's assembly line. Snap, jab, poke, prod, bend over, stick this up your ass. Go, 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 go. Literally, that's day one of the fucking military. I'm out of the military for years now. COVID happens. I don't want to get the COVID-19 vaccine initially. Not because of any grandeur of I hate big pharma or anything like that. Here's how I think about life. And I always use this example. When a new PlayStation comes out, the PS3, the PS4, PS5, I don't buy it right away. Back even when I was a heavy in gaming, I don't buy it right away because I know the first batch of PlayStations are going to be fucking bugged out. There's going to be a lot of shit wrong with them. I'm going to wait a year until they fucking get all the bugs out of the PlayStation before I buy them. So initially with the COVID vaccine, that was my thought process. They didn't fucking do the regular testing. They didn't put it through a decade of fucking human trials to see any long-term effects. I'm going to fucking hold off a couple of years. Once I see people don't die or grow a third arm, maybe I'll consider getting it. I had my annual physical in 2021 in February, which I'm having my annual physical here in a couple of weeks because it's almost February. And my doctor, God fucking bless her, I sat down. Government doctor. She's a government doctor. She works for the government. I'm not going to say her name. I'm not going to say who she is. But when the COVID vaccine, she's like, okay, annual vaccinations. Do you want to get the flu shot this year? And I went, I have no I was like, which flu shot is it? Is it the one you get through needle or is it the one you inhale? She goes, we only have the inhale. I was like, that's the only one I'll take. I prefer the inhale over the shot, not because I'm afraid of shots, because I've done my due diligence and research, and the ones you inhale through your nose are more effective through the ones you get shot into your arm. Not saying it's right. Eric, you can hate me for it. I don't care. But then she goes, okay, COVID-19 vaccine. And I go, I don't want to get it right now. And she stops and she looks at me and she goes, okay. She goes, can I ask why? And I go, does it matter? I mean, like, I don't want to get in an argument or a fight with you. Like, I like you. She's like, no, we don't have to. She's like, can I ask your political affiliation? When I sat in a doctor's office and a doctor says, can I ask you what your political affiliation is? Right then and there, I go, I'm never, ever getting the COVID-19 shot. And I looked at her and I go, sure. I would consider myself politically homeless who leans more to the right. I'm socially liberal, I'm fiscally conservative, and I vote with my wallet. So take that for what you want. She goes, Paul, you're 36 years old. I was 36 at the time. She goes, you're overweight, but your meds are fine. You have no underlying issues. You're not in danger of everything. She goes, I don't know if I trust the vaccine yet. So I'd probably tell you, don't get it. I'm not going to fucking try to pressure you into it. I'm just letting you know right now, don't get it. And I went, I'm never getting the COVID-19 vaccine. And I respected the fucking hell out of my doctor. But it's so fucking sad. We live in a country where your doctor has to ask you before giving you medical advice, what's your political affiliation? Because if she would have said that to me and I was left leaning, she thought I would have bitched her out, yelled like, how come you're not following the WHO? You know what I mean?
What it was she was worried that if you were a leftist, you would rat her out to the authorities because it is literally something that she could lose her medical license over for saying what she said to you. What she said to you, especially in California, specifically in California, there are literally laws now that say you cannot even say what she said to you, illegal in certain states. Good for her, but that's why she did it. It was literally like, some Anne Frank stuff.
I know you're cool.
Are you Jewish?
No, I know you're cool now.
Yeah, exactly. Cool, I can use the N-word now. That kind of thing.
You know what? Like the one major medical issue I had in my life was I had a major liver issue. Like to the point where it was getting fucking grim. And she's the one who fucking figured it out. And she didn't bullshit me. She's like, here's what you need to do to fix it. She's like, I know you're not going to. By this point, she knew me. She knew I wasn't going to take any prescription medication. She's like, if you want to fix this without medications, this is what you have to do. And she's like, I'm almost certain it'll fix it. Did it. My liver's been fine ever since.
All you had to do is
stop doing meth or something.
But the point of this is politics should never be involved in medicine. Ever.
No.
And I want to trust a doctor who's gone to school and worked on patients, and I will always have a doctor who is fucking gonna say, I don't give a shit what the system says. Like in my medical advice, what I see with my own eyes, what I see with my, because that's what a doctor is. You're a scientist, and your patients are your results. That is what you do with your patients. Like, oh shit, I gave them all this. My patients are dying. Maybe I should stop giving them this. You know what I mean?
Keep up the breast
Well,
exam.
doctors are
I like
salesmen.
the breast exam part.
Or they're a business and they every patient is a clientele, and actually they have more benefit from you coming in more often. I mean,
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
so I mean, we this is stuff that got cut out of World Death Organization because it was a little it was a little too intellectual. It wasn't like interesting enough for the film. But like for instance, you saw an increase in medical error deaths when they started to push the annual checkup. The annual checkup actually is, if you look long term, it's a negative to health as opposed to positive, because it ends up giving the doctor more chances to screw up. There's a reason for that phrase, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, meaning take care of your own health with preventive measures, and then you don't need to go into the doctor, because oftentimes the doctor is going to conflate symptoms and then misdiagnose you. I mean, let's be honest. In 2018, it was acknowledged that medical error is the third leading cause of death in the United States by insurance companies and scientific publications. So that's kind of the issue, is they want you to come back. And in the 70s, that's when they started pushing the annual checkup. It was a National Cancer Institute policy, like, hey, let's get them back in over and over and over again. Why? It's an extra chance to see if they have cancer. To be honest with you, it was part of their it was part of their failed contribution. They were trying to really get cancer to be what AIDS was, what COVID was, but they never really made any progress on how to solve cancer. We cover it a little bit in the film. Henrietta Lacks, she's this woman who had died of cervical cancer. Her immortal cell line actually corrupted every single cancer institute cell line across the world. Russia, Europe, Africa, America, labs across the world all thought they had been making progress on cancer for over 20 years. And then in the 70s, they figured out, no, we hadn't been making progress at all in cancer. It was just Henrietta Lacks's cells had corrupted our cell lines. So,
I haven't had a checkup since I was 17.
And you're healthy.
Like, you just haven't been to a doctor?
No.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, the best doctors will most often tell you, at least, like, she was cool, and at least, like, you know, she gave a good version of what a doctor is. But most doctors, if they're honest, they'll tell you, hey, you didn't need to come in here. And this is like obviously outside the broken leg stuff, but most stuff can be healed on your own. Even antibiotics, we overprescribe them to the point where they're useless and they're ubiquitous in our systems. They aren't ineffective. So in the end, the profit motive has really corrupted a lot of the medical community to the point where they are prioritizing profits over health. So I wish it was scientific. I wish it was what you said, like how I view them as my patients and data and all that stuff. No, they're looking at money, and then they don't really care as long as they don't get sued for the medical error death. They don't really care about the progress of you. In fact, they like you coming in more.
And another point.
But I want to say something real quick in defense of I have VA. That's I'm Veterans Affairs. That's my medical, and this is the one time where I think having a government medical, but it's not like Medicare or Medicaid, is a positive, because I truly believe in small town America at a small town local VA. Like, their thought process is, okay, I've got federal guidelines I have to fucking follow, but they're still small town to the point where they're like, I'm still a real doctor who had a practice outside of the VA, and I'm going to do what's best for my patients. Plus, they don't have the funding to do all the big, operation surgeries, get involved with big pharma. Big pharma doesn't care because it's government in a small town. I don't know. I've gone down this road mentally a couple times, and I'm getting hammered, so I apologize if I'm not.
Well,
making
no,
sense.
it's. I mean, obviously, we're not talking about every single doctor, but typically, medical protocol is set up to where it's going to screw you financially or hurt you health wise, and usually both. So it's just part of the thing. You gotta know how to operate within the system that isn't really meant to help you out, even though it says it is, it promotes that it is, but it isn't really. I mean, also in the film, when we go over World War II stuff, they literally do describe the military as animals. When they did nuclear tests, they actually said, we are putting shaved animals on the ships to be a facsimile for military personnel in the test. So they were literally using shaved goats and stuff. All right, cool. And then they based protective equipment off of how the shaved goats and stuff reacted to nuclear blasts. And then the most disturbing part is they literally drop a nuke, right? In this very small radius. All the animals survived the blast, died of the radiation. So the reason why the VA wants to check up on you is because they've done a lot of nasty stuff to the veterans. They've been exposed to so many things, from Agent Orange to radiation, etc. They kind of want to keep tabs just so they can see like what's going on, and just see, okay, like we're gonna get some data on, okay, here's how many people are dying from these things, because from a biological weapons standpoint, and a bio warfare standpoint, it is actually very advantageous to know that stuff. People don't realize the Department of Defense and the National Cancer Institute, they work almost hand in hand, because the Department of Defense, they want to have bioweapon and biochemical research like that. And this is an acknowledged fact. The Pasteur Institute in France, that's a biochemical weapon establishment, pretending like it's a cancer institute. And then you go to Porton Down in England, and it's the same setup. All these things that are, they're researching cancer. Most of this comes from bioweapon research. Literally, chemotherapy derives from mustard gas and World War weapon chemical weapons research. So that's the issue, is a lot of what is said to be health actually derives from death. And that's why it's called World Death Organization, because they aren't really studying to make you healthy. They're studying these ways to kill you and then promoting it like, oh, this is going to help you. Chemotherapy is literally a bioweapon that they're promoting as this. It's mustard gas derived.
Go ahead, Hex.
Side note, if you want to learn all about this, check out World Death Organization on LilaHart.com/documentaries.
I just want to point out, I don't know if we actually formally agreed to not talk about the vaccines and all that, but here we are. So we're probably getting struck again, but it is what it is.
As long as we don't get any misinformation about using or diagnosis.
And we aren't telling anybody to do anything, okay? We are not I am
Jesus
not an expert. Look at me. I'm not an expert. I'm not telling you.
Go ahead, X.
All right. Another thing I wanted to point out, you mentioned how, in the military, the veterans, they get exposed to so much shit. So Joe Biden's not good non-crackhead son died of brain cancer because...
Wow, excellent connection.
Yeah, because in the Middle East, they would just like put all kinds of shit in a pile and just burn it. And he's like,
yes.
Both got... And then it just fucked them and killed them, unfortunately.
That's not proven. It's speculated. But side note, the PACT Act, which, god damn it, I fucking hate giving Joe Biden credit for anything, but this was a good thing. The PACT Act is coming into effect, and if you are a veteran, whoever has worked around Agent Orange, burn pits, or other chemical ingestions, please make sure you contact your local VA. Get the fucking screening. So if you do have anything wrong with you, you are covered 100%, and you'll get a monthly pay stipend that you fucking deserved for being in fucking contact with that shit for a long time. Sorry, Hex, I didn't mean to cut you off.
And then another thing, when we were going over the doc, you had mentioned how the tetanus shot basically sucks. In 2015, I had cut one of my fingers open on accident with a razor and had to get it stitched. And
were you trying to kill yourself?
No.
Okay.
I was actually talking to my dad and my stepmom, and I was stupidly playing with a razor. Then I cut myself. So I had to get it stitched up, and then the nurse came in and asked me if I wanted the tetanus shot, and I refused it. So there's that.
Oh, you didn't want lice intestines inside of you? Okay. Okay. That's a very interesting choice. Yeah, that's what it's made from. So yeah, and okay. So let's see if this works for the YouTube censors. Everything I have said is my opinion. Everything I've said is my opinion, and it has nothing to do with the Forest Mommy channel. They're letting me say these things, but you can go back to lilahart.com/documentary. You can see that I've actually everything is backed up by that, but it has nothing to do with them. They're letting me relay this information.
And I want to say,
Abbenante is just the comedian. It's all.
I want to say
that is true. Yeah, Jon Stewart was allowed to hide behind that shit for like 8 years. I have to be more accurate than even like a scientific publication. But whatever.
I want to say, Eric, I back everything you say. And granted, this isn't my fucking channel, but I want you to speak your mind, and I'm glad you do, because I think it's a net positive for fucking humanity as a whole. So thank you for doing what you fucking do.
Amen.
Amen. You were going to say something, Jess, or did you forget?
Yeah, I wrote a list. Can I go through my list real quick?
Let's go.
Go, do it.
Okay, quick. Okay, first thing, Sky Daddy. She took the anthrax vaccine when she was in the army, and then she got fucking lupus, if I remember.
I was thinking of it, actually, when he was talking about that. I was thinking.
Is she even on Twitter anymore? I haven't seen her.
I haven't seen her in a minute either.
Yeah, that's good for her. I have her phone number. I should text her. Okay, second, Mr. Force Mom used to work at a facility that made plutonium triggers. So he gets tested for borreliosis or something that happens from radiation. But this house is not far from this place where they were doing all this fucking shit. And before the government bought it.
We had to cut that from the film. So Colorado has an extensive.
Oh yeah, downwinders from Rocky Flats. Is that what you found out?
Yes. So that we actually is a brilliant documentary from the 70s covering it, narrated by actor Jack Lemmon. Oh. It's amazing. We had to cut it for time, but yeah,
he worked there. He worked there for like 16 years of his life, and then they were burying shit
as a private contractor or in the military.
He was actually, they had a firefighter on base, so he was a federally paid firefighter. And
but he wasn't in the service. Okay, because if he was in the service, I would tell you.
No, it was most of the people who worked there were scientists and engineers and shit. No, he was not in the service.
Okay, because if he was, I would say talk to me offline. I will get him hooked up for a PACTAC screening.
Oh, he gets all the. He gets fucking. He's fine.
PACTAC is only for service members, though. So that's the only reason.
Well, part of the interesting thing about the Colorado plutonium production is they would transport. Okay, they make it there, but they have to transport it too, right? So when they fly it over or when they drive it out. This is where a lot of the issues come out because like they have to choose a specific route that they take over and over again. Yeah. And the places that they choose, they see high marks of radiation. But for instance, I mean, you see this in almost every state. Let's just work west. California, there's a place literally in Glendale that it still emits a lot of radiation because it used to be used for various nuclear testing. Then you go over to Nevada and New Mexico, where the nuclear tests are. You see a lot of remissions there. Utah in 1978 or 1979, they did a survey of all the adults in Utah, and they couldn't find a single adult in the state of Utah that didn't have radiation. Not a single one. They only could find children who had just recently moved who didn't have signs of radiation. Because of the nuclear tests that were done in New Mexico and Nevada. Then you go over to Colorado, and they say that might be the most radiated state out of all of them because of all the production that they do over there. And they say that it's tough because you don't really have good statistics that are open and honest, but they estimate that Colorado residents are probably the most irradiated out of all the states because of Rocky Point.
Don't be jealous.
That's why you're so bright, Jess.
Yeah, so he used to fucking work there. All these people work there, and they're always like it got shut down. Paul, I'm discording you the facility and what it looks like now. But now there's
dirt. Hey, seriously,
now there's a neighborhood that goes. What?
I was just gonna say, if Mr. Force Mommy worked with anybody who was in the service that he's still friends with, make sure they get a PACT Act screening.
Okay. Or not. I mean, you know.
I know.
I'm a beneficiary and all. So no, like what was I saying? Oh, they have a neighborhood. So there's Rocky Flats, which before it became the Department of Defense, it wasn't DuPont, but it was a private company, like one of those companies, you know, I forget which one it was, but it was that. And they buried shit all the fuck over that property. I mean, they buried shit everywhere over that property. Now they have a literal like suburban tract home, as many as you can fucking fit in, right up to the buffer zone, and they put a path around it so you can just go walk around it. And then there's all these dog parks, and the dog parks nearby were getting all the cancer. The dogs were all getting cancer too. Like they already fucking settled that case with the downwinders back in the day. And then they're building houses right the fuck next to it, which there's a whole FHA shit. There's so much corruption behind all of it. It is just, it's wild.
The disposal
Burn
of
the freaking frogs, gay.
Yeah, the disposal of nuclear waste is actually like a real issue. Like usually they put it in the river.
Thanks,
They don't want you to know that, but they usually put it in the river. According to
or just like they made pucks. They made pucks of it. Paul, I've sent you a picture on Discord of like what the facility used to look like. So they just came in and fucking like tore shit out and like concreted in all the buildings, because most of the shit was underground anyways. And I live like not far from this, but like they've been building neighborhoods right up to it. Like it's just wild. But it was a really good job for a lot of people for a long time, right? Because it was government. Like as a government fire farm, my fucking money. And then when they got closed down, retirement, federal retirement, like hello. So it's what it is. But
yeah, in Tennessee during
I'm updating Discord right now, Force Mom. Just give me a second.
Oh, okay.
No worries. Tennessee in World War II, they had a similar thing, to make plutonium, and yeah, the people were very, very well paid. But yeah, it was just a fascinating. Those places are really fascinating. Like it's like Fort Detrick. Like a lot of stuff goes in, and then you never hear what comes out. And I'm always fascinated to anyone who has inside accounts like that. Like if he has any interesting dirt, I'd love to know, because
he'll tell you dirt. Yeah, because when he first started there, he started as like a technician of sorts, and then he became a firefighter there. Because
I bet he's seen some stuff, because it is very interesting. Yeah, like radiation.
But he'd have to kill you after he tells you. It'll
be worth it. It would be so worth it to know the knowledge. Oh man.
Can we talk? Yeah. Can we talk about like classified information?
I mean, I don't know a whole lot. If you know something you want to share.
No, never mind. I don't care.
What's classified?
Yeah, now
like
you can't
all the documents,
and then back
all
out.
The documents being found at all of his houses and his fucking prior places of business when he was vice fucking president. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think
right after the fucking Trump. Oh my God, he's fucking killing.
I've even heard liberals and independents say this is a devastating thing because they can't use it against Trump. So yeah, no, it sucks, but I don't. I've had debates with people. They think, oh, they're going to use this to get rid of Biden, and it's like, why? They used voter fraud to win in 2020 and 2022, allegedly. And so then if you were allegedly doing that, you would need to cover up the crime continually. And also, he's going to relinquish power after a lifetime of seeking this position. I actually think they're just going to shove it in your face, and he could be dead Weekend at Bernie style, and they will still prop him up for 4 more years, shove it in your face like, hey, we can do whatever we want on you. And we're going to say Big Mike to 2028.
Big Mike?
Yeah, and Big Mike is this guy, he's a famous guy. It's not the other reference you think it is. YouTube censors. How dare you?
Randy.
I'll say it. Michelle Obama's got a dick. What's up?
I do too. Some of those QAnon people all think I'm a tranny.
Horse mommy, if you are a tranny, and I know I promised I wouldn't say this, but I'm going there because you brought it up. If you're a tranny,
you'd still
fuck the shit out of you. Fuck the shit out of you.
Only
I care when you say it. I care when you say it. Just when ugly people are like, man, I'd still fuck you. And I was like, I'll be saying something totally just like different. I'll be like something about like, hey, don't call adult boobs child boobs or something. Someone's like, yeah, but man, I'd still fuck you. And I'm like, okay.
You hear that? You hear that, fellow ugly men of the FMU? I'll be your champion.
It's just tough when you hear it in the confessional booth. It's just like,
yeah.
What'd you say 2 days ago, Jess?
Which one?
So they can censor this dick.
Oh yeah, they can censor this dick, and then Hex went all dirty turkey and was like, they can't censor my dick.
It's too big to censor. Oh fuck, was that hilarious, Hex? I laughed for 5 minutes when I fucking read that. My dick's too big to censor. I wish I had that issue. I'm jealous.
You should get that cross stitch. That's really beautiful.
Can't censor this
Hang
dick.
it up. You know, it's really it's adorable.
I got this embroidered on a jacket for you. My dick's too big to censor.
I've seen some of those at like quirky crafts or stores. They have funny things where it says like it's cross stitch, but it's like something like rude and crass, you know. I like it.
You know, that would make a great varsity jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would. I feel it.
New FMU merch, perhaps.
One day, maybe.
That actually, you know what? You guys should like log that in for like, that's a good shirt. Honestly, I'm picturing it now. Who wouldn't buy that?
That's what I'm saying.
Small dick guys, that's who. And that's only who wouldn't buy it. So
I feel that was a shot across the bow, and I'm okay with it. I'll let it go.
What was I just gonna say about that?
we were all thinking of Paul.
So fucking
Hey, I don't deny it. God did not bless me the way he blessed my brother. My brother's got a baby's arm holding an apple like Hex. And it's bullshit. I use my dick way more than both of them combined. It's small, but it gets the goddamn job done.
That's all that matters, homie.
smaller is easier to keep the blood flow to her, you know what I mean? Like I don't know.
No, don't take pharmaceuticals.
If you just there's Biscuit. Look at Biscuit. Hi, baby.
She's been literally behind me the whole time, cuddling.
How old is she now?
Oh.
She's not even like 6 months yet because
Is she look tired? Is she tired?
she just, you know, she's sleeping all the time. You know, she always tries to run outside. She's really good. Like the cats have now worked together where I let one of them outside and then the other one will open the door to jailbreak the other two. Like when I'm not looking, they're devious little fuckers. I mean, you know,
Smart.
yeah, they're very smart. This one's good. It cuddles up with Lila a lot. Shout out to my wife, Lila. She was looking really great, and I'm hanging out with you guys. I don't know if it was a great decision. No, I'm just kidding. No, she's out. She's out.
I'll speak for you.
She's going to do a show, perform for the people, you know. So it's good. Someone's got to research the film. Someone's got to go promote the film. It's always good to have.
Can I be honest? I respect both of your work ethics. Like, just from what we see from like the online fucking picture, you both are fucking always fucking working.
Yeah,
and I respect the shit out of it.
Yeah, when we started doing stand up in LA, Lila was always on the grind. Like I would be doing either multiple mics or a show at the end, and she would also be, you know, hitting that up. And then at some point we would be like, you know, doing shows at the same time but different venues, and she would have no problem, you know, going out on her own. She's really, you know, she's very self-sufficient, and part of what I like about her is like, you know, she doesn't make a lot of excuses. You know, that's like my favorite thing is like she just kind of gets stuff done. And that's kind of how we do stuff too. Like, hey, you know, no one wants to pay us to make our movie. We're going to do it anyways. You know, it's like we're going to find a way to do it and get it released. Hey, you guys are going to blacklist us from stand up. Okay, well, we'll make the film to get us back on stage. You know, we're just, you know, she has gone through so much adversity in life. You know, she has no time for excuses, which I really do enjoy. It's probably my favorite part about her is like her bravery and her ability to have a good attitude when stuff is bad. Because, you know, life laughs at your plans, guys. It's not always going to be exactly how you picture it.
No.
Yeah, it's fantastic to watch both your journeys from the fucking sideline. And I mean, you're not in the FMU. But if you were, you'd be my second favorite power couple, right behind the Forky family.
You guys could be in the FMU if you. I mean, if you want. No pressure. No pressure.
I mean, if I get an FMU vote, I'll vote you in, Eric. But I don't think I have one.
But the problem is, you guys are going to get a strike just for adopting us into the FMU. Like the YouTube will give you an extra one. Oh man, it's like we are very. We are just like you guys. We're over the target, and so it is funny. Like. yes, our films have defied the censors, but their next step is, okay, we'll punish people for discussing said films. And so that's why it's cool what you guys are doing. I actually think this time we stayed pretty above ground, and I don't think we said too many things too inappropriate.
I've got the live up yet. Where I mean, obviously we're still live and we're only on YouTube tonight, but me and Forrest Mommy didn't even turn the monetization on because I have a theory that like turning monetization on a video puts it under a bigger microscope, especially if you have more strikes.
Yeah, you
So-
actually, there are different they have different like rules for that actually. So you are going to have a better chance. And the other thing is their monetization is really how they hold you over the barrel. That's why it's important for you guys to support in any other way, cuz it's like it's not about the whole thing of, hey, you know, we need money to operate. It's more of, hey, it's better actually to go around and circumvent their methods of doing so, because then you get to retain the power, and it's just better that way. So I hope, honestly, if you know, to tie it back, if Crowder, to make himself more sympathetic, if he was like, yeah, I'm excited to go independent, you know, like kind of complain about it, it would have been cool. But he kind of like
I agree with that.
like,
It
if
does
you
seem-
use a positive, this is gonna be great. I'm gonna be able to tell you guys all the secrets, and you know, if he was really like that, I think he would have had a much better launch with it. But it was kind of like a complainy thing, like, oh, my hands are tied. Like, really? I've released me and Lila have released a film on vaccines and voter fraud. People said that can never be done. They're still up. Like, he can do more. They can do more. Look at what Forrest Mommy and you guys are doing. You guys aren't like beholden to certain things. You guys just do what you guys feel is best. And sometimes I feel like we don't have that anymore. Like, even Walt Disney sacrificed some of his company's money so that he could promote the war effort back in World War II. That stuff is lost now. You know, the whole concept of putting the country first and like your community first. Like, it's all about like, let's just get some cash.
Yeah, and on the cash thing, I mean, like, it plays a big part. So I'm not speaking for Forest Mommy or anybody else here who streams. I'm only speaking for Sibling Reverie. For us to stream on all tech platforms, it costs us money to do it because we're small. The
But you
thing
guys
I will
provide information that's hard to find too. So I already see a value in it. So
exactly, and that's why I don't mind paying it. And the thing I will give to Rumble and I'll give to Odyssey on a lesser scale, every creator is monetized from day one. From the time you sign up for an account and start uploading videos, you are like Forest Mommy. It was a big achievement for you to get monetized on YouTube, right? It took you over a year. You had to meet all their fucking expectations. You had to hit all their check boxes. On Rumble, it says, fuck that. We're running ads on your video. The second you sign up for a Rumble account, you're fucking monetized, whether you have 5 subscribers or 5 million subscribers. That's a huge fucking deal. And you can get fucking super chats on Rumble the day you fucking open an account. And you get a way better profit share with Rumble than you do fucking YouTube. It's just like, support alt tech, support the creators you fucking like, especially the ones who are brave enough to fucking talk about the shit that modern society says you're not allowed to talk about. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
we concur.
I've never done anything anyone ever told me. So, you know, still no one can ever tell me what to do. I will always do what the fuck I want to do and talk about what the fuck I want to talk about. Like, sorry. That's just how
and surround yourself with people who don't want to fucking control you. Surround yourself with people who want you to fucking be you.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be able to survive if like I had like I mean, come on. Like, and I'm a free fucking spirit. You know what I mean? To be with me, it's like you have to be kind of down with some crazy shit, and you have to find that shit in life so you can move on and be who you are. And that's why I moved out when I was fucking young. I was like, okay, my parents pay for my shit and I have security, or I do whatever the fuck I want. And I'm broke. And I was broke for a long time, but it's like worth it when you can be free. And that's the whole thing with all the content and all the shit online. It's money. And it does, people do have families and they're not a dumb bitch like me. Like they have actual shit they need to pay for, and you know what I mean. Like
You're
we're all
not a
good.
dumb bitch. Stop calling me that.
I'm like the good
Yeah,
dumb.
you're a hot dumb bitch. That matters.
Thank you. I need to fucking hear. I just need to hear I'm hot once in a while. It's so fucking hard. Oh, sorry. Anyways, that's a tangent. Yeah, anyways, sorry. I kind of went off there. That's all I got to say.
Oh yeah. By the way, we have the same setup for Lila. The shoes and the like. She has so many freaking shoes.
Well, yeah, you got it's like art. It's art.
Eric, how dare you out yourself as marrying a woman in 2023? That is so weird.
And she always was too. You can tell from the baby pictures and everything. Like, damn, you know, that's a rarity. I couldn't imagine being single these days. All these like,
oh my god, I get little tastes of it sometimes, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, how is anyone fucking surviving right now? Like,
all right, really quick, what would be worse? Going back to school or like dating in like when you were like really young.
Ooh,
like now you have a little bit of knowledge, so it's different, right? And you're
hold on. The question was going back to school or dating when you were really young.
Which one would be a tougher experience for me? Would be going back to school. I think the teachers have just gone insane. Like the kids, when I'm talking to them, like in the high school age and younger, it is just such a different thing that we've experienced. Like prison.
Yeah.
Sure.
This is great because you hit this at a perfect time for me because my GI Bill expires next year. So if I'm going to use it and go back to school, I've got to do it quick. Like I fucked around for 10 years now and I have zero fucking desire to go back to school. And everybody fucking tells me like, Paul, go back and get your fucking degree. And I'm like, why? And they're like, so you can get a good job. I'm like, and these are like my coworkers and my bosses and shit telling me this. I'm like the one I have now? And they're like, oh, fuck, I really didn't think about that. I'm like, yeah, you guys don't really like the next step for Paul is retirement at 45, preferably 42, but I'll give myself the padding to where I want to retire.
20 years or whatever?
Oh no, I'm fully vested for retirement on June 1st of this year.
Oh damn.
Like pension, other than my VA and my VA disability. June 1st is when I'm fucking vested, so they can't take my retirement away. So don't fucking cancel me yet, guys.
It's like the cop movie. He was one day before retirement.
Oh, offline, I'll tell you a fucking horrible story of something that's going on right now. It sucks for a coworker. Like that scenario is playing out.
They're about to lose their pension. Yeah. It's like that's
one day, literally one day.
Yeah, it's the scariest like concept to me. Losing money. So I'm a Shapiro. You know, it's just so scary. That concept, like the dying part, not as scary, but being one day away. Oh, devastating.
Without sounding suicidal, I embrace death in Minecraft, YouTube, in Minecraft. But like, I'm not scared.
What do you think of this trend? The kids are calling it self-deletion now. What do you like
Minecraft, YouTube, in Minecraft?
You like the kids?
It's like Logan's Run. Did you ever see Logan's Run, the old like movie? And they would do the renew ceremony where they all float up and get vaporized and shit.
Oh, that's cool.
That movie's so fucking weird.
I know. I love that old shit. They didn't have like technology and CGI and shit.
Yeah, they had to actually write a script.
Back
then.
It wasn't quite like
it wasn't.
togetherness.
We couldn't just make explosions on the screen in CGI. God, I hate comic book movies. Just tangent. But yeah.
I think a big problem in society today is we're caught in this weird place of like suicide is an epidemic, and then there's people who are scared to die. And we got to find the fucking happy medium where it's like, I don't want to kill myself, but don't be scared of death either.
And sometimes kind of thinking about it helps a little bit, you know, just a little.
Yeah, you know, not to be morbid, not to be Alice.
I mean, there's transhumanism, you know. I mean, they think they're gonna live forever, you know. They're gonna be like Futurama, heads in the jar forever, up in the cloud.
Question for everybody here: if you could live forever, like that option was given to you, would you want to do it?
No.
Nah.
And you know what? Like part of the thing is like, for one, when you ask that question, it's like, is everybody I know gonna live forever too? Because I'll never forget asking my parents when my grandmother was dying. I asked my parents, I said, do you ever, it's not like you want to die, but you're like welcoming death so you don't have to say goodbye anymore because it's a painful, tiring process. And vehemently, no hesitation, both my parents said yes. So it's like, I mean, would you really want to live forever watching everybody you love and then just, you know what I mean? Like you keep going and yeah, that would just, I don't know.
I'm definitely not getting laid enough to want to go for fucking ever. That's for goddamn sure. That's like, that would be, hell. So no, I would not live forever. I didn't answer that.
Yeah,
I would just get bored, to be honest.
Well, I would think of it too literally, like, so okay, if the planet explodes, you still are living, you're just like drifting through space forever. Like so
Here's
brutal.
Eric.
You're like, God, I live forever and I'm just stuck. It's just like it could be really torturous if you think about it, like depending on the circumstance, because you
Isn't that
can't
like Finding John Malkovich? It's kind of like doesn't he get stuck in him at the end and like, do you know what I'm talking about? Did you guys
I
see
love how
John-
you said being John Malkovich because my mind went to Deadpool. Like when Eric was explaining that, I'm like, fuck, is Deadpool going to be floating in space one day? And I'm not even a comic book
He
nerd.
can die, kind of. Didn't he like half die?
I mean, if you're gonna be around forever and like, okay, or the other thing, it's like, let's say like the polar ice caps melt and like the whole world just becomes water and you're just sitting there treading. You're like, this sucks. So it's like it's just like, I don't know, there's a lot of scenarios where it could play out where you literally live forever, or like you're the only human left on Earth, and it's like, oh, this is annoying.
Yeah, you didn't really specify, but I guess it kind of is now. Like, are we talking you just don't age, or like actually immortal when you say live forever?
Have you ever seen the movie?
Another thing. Yeah.
Have you ever seen the immortal like cinematic masterpiece from Justin Timberlake called In Time?
Yes, I have seen that.
Yeah.
That's what it's like on their arm or like clicks or like
They turn 25 or something. The clock.
Okay.
I've seen it. Yes.
So every single person, it's one of the, if you actually watch the movie sober with like a mind of like, what the fuck is going on? And you pay attention to the details, it's super fucking interesting. And it's a great fucking mirror to society. Everybody who's born is born as a baby and grows up naturally until the age of 25. And everybody on their arm has 1 year of life. When you're born, you get 1 year to live. But the clock doesn't start until you turn 25. And once you turn 25, the clock starts ticking. And you go to work, and instead of getting paid money, you get paid in time. But in the reverse aspect, if you want a cup of coffee from Starbucks, that's overpriced, you have to pay in time. It's a really fucking interesting dynamic, and you never age once you hit 25.
Yeah,
if you've never seen the movie, I highly recommend it.
It's a pretty decent movie, actually.
I like that movie.
I mean,
JTT's hot too.
It is a good concept for a movie until you really think about, oh, that's just having an hourly wage. How do I pay for everything? With time.
That's exactly the premise of the movie.
Time. Yeah. It's like
that's exactly the premise of the movie. And what I liked about it is it explores the options of like, no matter if you're rich or poor, no matter where you live in the world, in my life and my experiences in my travels of the world, you meet interesting fucking people. You meet generous people, you meet assholes, you meet hustlers, you meet cons, you meet fucking good-hearted people. And I think the movie, in an hour and a half fucking time frame, really explores that concept of meeting different styles and types of people and how you would interact with them. It's an interesting process. And it also brings in the government control of like, the government actually tries to control time.
Yes.
Like, it's not time zones anymore. It's, like time zones are not like, it's noon here, it's 12 here. It's, oh, you live in this time zone, you're a poor. You live in this time zone, you're middle class. You live in this time zone, you're rich. It's just an interesting concept for a movie.
I guess to spoil the plot, like the premise is the main character, who's played by Justin Timberlake, he meets a dude who had like 100 years on him. He like saved him for something. They had a conversation in this warehouse or whatever, and then while he was asleep, the dude
they met in a bar.
Yeah, they met in a bar, and then when Justin Timberlake's character was asleep, the guy who had 100 years basically gave him all of it and told him not to waste the time. And then he just like sat on the bridge till his clock ran out, and then he just like fell off the bridge. So then Justin Timberlake's character, he like goes off, moves between time zones, and I guess the authorities of that world kind of start following him, and then they basically take the time that the dude gave him. It's a bizarre story, but it's good.
Interesting. It's entertaining.
Yeah.
And the premise of it is they solved disease, they solved aging, and this is how society adapts. And this is how you make it to where you don't overpopulate and shit like that.
Yeah, you must
Really?
get chipped.
Yeah, I like
Everyone must get chipped and then get boosted on your chip.
All you gotta do is just vaccine them and they die off. They start dying off. Which I don't know if you guys saw my post. Technically, all of us have survived eugenesis so far. We're here. We've made it.
Yeah.
We have survived the eugenesis of the day.
Yeah,
so
we
congrats, guys.
We have
Fucking
survived.
vaccine that's in the food if they want.
We're impressive.
Yeah, we've made it.
I mean,
Might have some issues from it, but
remember last year when the president said you're gonna die last winter,
Yeah.
just because you weren't injected?
Hey, I want to be honest, Eric. I got a cold that put me on the shelf for a day and a half, and it felt like shit. So the point of my story I'm telling drunk is I'm voting for Biden in 2024.
All you need to do is go to CVS and get budesonide. That was it. It's $20.
Yeah.
It's a nasal steroid.
I do the thing where I go down to the Super One, aisle 5. I pick up a bottle of Be a Fucking Man, and I just get over it. It's worked my whole entire life.
Honestly, everyone, if you have flu or coronavirus like symptoms, like typically your doctor will probably tell you, okay, if you're in the late stages of it, go get budesonide, and it's literally over the counter at CVS, and it's 12 for 12 amongst my friends, and within 3 days too. Like, and most of the other time,
budesonide.
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 It's a nasal steroid, and my friend overdosed on it, and he's fine. He like took way too much, like to the point where I was like, "Wow, you might be in an issue." And he had no issue, but it was like he was big too. He could have had a heart attack. He literally like had like 10 times the amount like he was supposed to have, and he was fine. So
is
you
it
can be
a stomach steroid? Is it a steroid one or a?
It's a little nasal steroid. You just shoot up your nose, and it works for any cold, flu, or coronavirus symptoms. And before 2019, this was like an established medical protocol they would do all the time.
I want to remember to tell this about when you were talking about earlier. This goes way back. It's on my list.
I want to see this list.
When we were talking about the doctors and like how they are just out. I've talked about this before. I have a direct primary care doctor, a concierge doctor. I pay him $1,000 a year. I can do I just do a checkup with him. He was really good about like, he was like, I was like, I want to test this. And then he's like, why do you want to test it? Because then you find a problem. And then, like you said, when the checkup started, then they would find shit to give you. You know what I mean? They would just find shit to give you because that has to like justify their job or whatever. But I remember now he pushed the back. He even has a direct primary care doctor. So he's outside of the fucking system. He's full. He's killing it. He still was like, don't you want to take the vaccine? You know, he was still pushing the vaccine. And then I just had my checkup in December. And like we were talking, he's like, he's looked at my nose and stuff. And he was like, oh, it looks like you're really allergic. I know why my nose looked like that. And so he's like, then he's right away trying to tell me to get like, he right away pushes for like to over the counter shit even. And then like we were talking about weight loss and he talked about that weight loss drug that just came out. And he was like, it's amazing. It's like, he's totally bought by this stuff. Like he's still in on it. And then I have this other doctor friend who he just started a company and I'm trying to get him on our podcast, but he is 70 and he looks 45 and he's been ostracized his whole life. Like he would love your movie. I sent it to his sister-in-law to send to him. And like
Awesome. Thank you.
it's just he saw in the 80s like how big pharma was courting all the new doctors and stuff. Even back in the 80s, big pharma was like, you know, playing the fucking game and shit. And so some of these doctors are so far entrenched in it, like there's no getting out of it for like most of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's tough because they are in debt as soon as they leave medical school. And so these big pharma companies coming to you with big cash incentives to push the products. I mean, you know, they're looking at a mortgage payment. They're not looking at, you know, your heart stopping, you know, and
Yeah,
so
and their golf club membership because it's keeping up with the Dr. Joneses. That's what they all got to do.
yeah, and it is tough because you can't compete if you don't participate, and that's kind of the lesson of American history of voter fraud is all the politicians, they go into it, and a lot of them do play it fair, and then they lose to someone who was committing voter fraud on record, and then that's when they start to have the documented histories of committing voter fraud themselves. LBJ was a perfect example of this. He lost in 1941, and then in 1948, it's on record that he is using the same tactics. And then in 1977, the election official admitted to helping out LBJ with those tactics. So that one is like completely safe to talk about. That one's like literally on record, and we show it in the film in American History of Voter Fraud. Yeah, and that's tough because they do get involved in a lot of that stuff, and then it's a.
I knew a lot of swinger doctors, and so they were like doctors already, and then they were in the swinger world, so they're beautiful, pretty people. Got to keep up with that, and then they're like the drugs. They do the most drugs out of fucking it, which I'm totally down with recreational drugs, but it's like at a certain point you're like, okay, you chill out. Can you chill out, like you know? And they would make questionable decisions and shit. And I'm like, you're fucking doctors. What the fuck are you doing? Like going out of your mind? They'd be like.
They were the same people telling the Nazis, like, meth is great. Just go ahead and take the meth. It's going to be awesome for you.
You feel great. You feel great. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like when Nazis, like frontline fighting the war Nazis started taking the meth, they actually gained a fuck ton of ground in World War II.
Oh yeah,
that's why the Blitz was so successful.
You can be functionally addicted to uppers in certain senses.
And to the point, the U.S. military, fighter pilots in all branches, except for the Navy because we have naval aviators. What up? All take methamphetamines to fly for over 9 hours of mission.
Oh yeah, well that's acknowledged. It's just tough when your commander is also on meth and he's like, we will go into Russia in the winter. And he's like, no, you meth freak. Why would we go into Russia in the winter? We can handle. I feel great. It's just like, dude.
I know for 2,000 years nobody's ever succeeded, but hey, I got this idea, guys.
Yeah, we can do it.
I picture Vladimir Zelensky getting the last $18 billion from the U.S. going, all right, I know winter's coming, but the U.S. just cut us a check. It's going to be different this time. It's going to be different.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
and meanwhile, Putin's like, we'll have Kiev by the end of fucking January.
That guy is classified as a comedian, and so he is considered the world's richest comedian. That's the state of comedy, folks.
Eric, are you still like doing stand up anywhere? Like, do you have any dates coming up?
We do. We have shows like TKs and stuff here in Addison, but you know, at the moment, Lila has a couple shows lined up in February. She has one
to LA. She's going to LA.
She has one with Chrissy Mayer in Los Angeles, and so it's more focused on her. We're at least on my end, I'm trying to build up the following to the point where we can do more shows, and the movies are more the means to the end of that. But we do shows here locally in Texas and the Dallas Fort Worth area. If you follow me on any of the socials, like on like my Instagram story, you'll see some of those. So,
are you preliminarily doing booking for her? Is that how it's working?
I mean, she's good enough. She can book herself. I mean, I don't need to.
What up, boy?
But you know, she
She's in charge of herself. No, just kidding.
she's more even going into it. I wanted to be a director, filmmaker, and a comedian, and then she is more of a traditional stand-up, but she has a lot of skills in filmmaking as well. But that's more of like we come from like opposite ends on that. But I love stand-up, but you have to not be censored and like allowed on stage. It's kind of a key thing. And right now, it's a dirty little secret. The really funny people are not really being allowed on stage. Like I know there are people I did stand up with who don't have a single TV credit, who are funnier than anyone on TV. They're not allowed to do it, and it's just they don't have the skills to circumvent the censorship. So at least with us, the films are getting us to do that, but it's a battle.
I'm very interested in this, and I know if Doug was here, he'd hate me if I didn't fucking ask his nerd question. When you say TV, are you talking terrestrial TV, or are you counting like Netflix specials and other streaming services and shit like that?
At this point, Netflix is honestly the better part of TV. Like we've had friends who've done like Jimmy Fallon, and they get literally 4 followers on Twitter. Whereas like when they do Joe Rogan, they get a massive amount of following, right? And so TV, all I'm saying is like the traditional paid gigs that are shown, it's sadly is transitioned to mostly streaming and Netflix, because comedy on TV, they have ignored what the actual audience wants. They're just trying to shove down your throats what they want you to like, and it isn't working anymore. And so
to the overall arching question, when you say TV, you're talking terrestrial TV, like whether that be broadcast, NBC, ABC, CBS, or cable TV, like that encompasses cable, like MTV, A&E, shit like that.
Oh, and at this point, streaming as well, and most of the streaming stuff is going to be on the higher end. Like Joe Rogan is probably the Johnny Carson of this era. Sadly, there isn't really a good parable, but that's like the biggest stage you get on as a comedian. Absolutely. Even more so than your own Netflix special, to be honest with you. I mean, you're going to get a lot more hits from that, than even like your Netflix special. Like, I know friends, for instance, like if you sold 6 to 10 copies of your album in an hour, you would be #1 on the iTunes comedy album best-selling list for that hour. That's how low comedy albums are selling in the traditional formats, like on iTunes and stuff like that. Like the model, the Louis C.K. model of like actually paying him directly, that's the future of it. Because, and in the end, he's providing you a service and a product without all the middlemen, and that's where the value is.
So you're okay with Louis C.K. making a paywall
because he's actually giving you the exact same experience, but without all the middlemen. Whereas Crowder's just giving you a goddamn mug, and it's the same thing people giving you.
I'm not defending Crowder. Don't think I'm defending Crowder.
No, and also as a comedian, let's say you want to watch my special, and you are paying the Louis C.K. model. He's like doing like $5 or whatever you want to donate. That's pretty sweet.
Oh, yeah, like you could donate $2 and you still get the special.
There was a time when you could do that. You could donate whatever you wanted.
I think that's fucking awesome. I think that's fucking.
I think that was a limited time, but I do remember that because that actually influenced how I did my model. And so, yeah, that to me, I think that's a big issue because back in the day, a Robin Williams, Jim Carrey, they were selected very early on in the process. They didn't have to deal with a lot of censorship, and they were allowed to have their careers flourished, and they got to do stuff at a very young age. The gatekeepers are not allowing people in their teens or early 20s to do anything of import. I mean, that's it. So comedy is just it's a tough spot where you're not even really allowed to, have the opportunity at a young age. Like most of the young female comedians are 35 out the gate when you first watch them. That's how much like paying your dues you have to do now.
Now, let me ask you this question because it's because you just said the word out loud, and you're married to one. Female comedians. I know that in the industry, like in the fandom of comedians, like it's funny to joke about women aren't funny. And I truly, and I'm not saying this to blow smoke up your ass. I'm not saying this to blow smoke up your wife's ass. I think you are hilarious. I've seen some of your stand up work. I've seen your wife's stand up work.
Oh,
I
thank you.
actually think your wife is fucking hilarious in her stand up.
Yeah,
How
she's
do
a-
you feel about women getting a fucking raw deal when it comes to stand up comedy?
It's part of what they get because there's so many bad apples who are advancing in comedy just because they're super hot and they don't have any jokes. And so
You
it
can
goes
make it that way. Wait. You can make it that way. Like, how hot do you have to be to make it that way?
Oh, Forest Mom, you're a comedy 10. You're a comedian 10. Okay. So you're doing great. And this is what women do. A lot of women who aren't like traditional supermodels, and that could be various things. You're not like 6 foot something or whatever. They look great in comedy or in acting, or that's a known thing. Like, hey, if you don't have like the actress look, then there's other lanes you can go in, and then you'll be very successful. In fact, guys like you honestly more than like the actress chick. So yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of women getting ahead purely based off of their looks. And then when they get to headliner level and it's because of their looks and they don't have the jokes to back it up, that's where the reputation comes from. And also the reputation comes from that is because there's a lot of women who use their sexuality to get ahead in comedy. Lila is not one of them. And so that could be a major issue, like if you're competing, I do a set, I kill it, she does a set, and I'm not talking about my wife, some random female comedian, like some random female comedian I'm competing against. She does a set, she doesn't do that well, but she blows the booker. I think she's going to get booked more than me. That's the issue also is there is that. I'm not saying it's a pervasive thing, but I have seen it happen. I've had female comedians that before I was dating Lila who have bragged to me about how they've manipulated this process and how they've hooked up with bookers, and this is how they have moved up in the ranks. So that's an issue too. Is for every Lila, Hart, and Chrissy Mayer, there's 100 of these chicks just littering the lineups who are just awful. And
I wish I could suck a dick to get ahead, man. I wish.
Can I give you
probably? I guess it's the only thing I could say.
Can I give you a white pill in this scenario? Like, and it actually kind of plays into this is gonna get real fucking meta, and I'm a little drunk, guys, so follow me here. But like a white pill in this whole scenario, Eric, I met Forest Mommy because I had so much respect and reverence for Chrissy Mayer's comedy. She was one of the few fucking female comedians that I was like, God damn it, she's fucking funny. And through my fucking fandom and following of Chrissy Mayer led me to Forest Mommy. Forest Mommy led
now
me
you
to
work
this
for
fucking
me.
world.
Now you works for me.
The pay is great. Benefits suck, but the pay is great. But watching Forest Mommy, like I was a casual fan of Simpcast. And when Forest Mommy started getting booked on Simpcast.
Wait, how long have you been doing Simpcast?
I'm going to do a Simpcast this week. I think this Sunday.
It's this Sunday.
I've only been on like 4 of them, starting maybe this summer or something.
I remember when
3.5 because the last one,
Lila, yeah, because
with that when Hotep Jesus was on, that one was so good.
That was a fun one, yeah.
And the last one I was gonna be on my internet sex, so hopefully this Sunday will be fine.
Okay, but no, that's cool. Yeah, I like how, and then like for instance,
and I'm just a fucking nobody, and that's so nice of Chrissy to have me on. Like it's just cool the connections you can make through Twitter and stuff.
And then it was funny. Lila was just on Sam Tripoli, and then Sam Tripoli takes credit for being the one who like awakened Chrissy, right?
Okay.
So it is cool how you see all these different things connect, and older comedians are good to younger comedians if they're cool, and that is like not that Chrissy is that much older, but she's from like the class before Lila, right? So it's traditionally. People in Chrissy's position would not help out Lila because it's a competitor, but Chrissy is secure in her own position, so she isn't worried about that. So she is. So they make a great team. They have really good shows together. If you guys check it out, I think the San Diego one they still have tickets. But yeah, I mean, you really do get to see like the evolution of female comedy, because honestly, most of it has been subpar, but marketed as just as good as the guys when it's not as good as the guys. And it does discredit the women like Joan Rivers, who are actually as good as the guys. And so that is the issue, is a lot of these women are pretenders, you know.
We should have to call them out. People just need to start calling the fucking fake ass shit out, right? Like we're talking about fake
And
ass.
they're overshadowing the real ones like Chrissy and Lila. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick. In that, so like getting my relationship with Forest Mommy led me to be more in depth on the Simcast scene, which Lila is very prevalent on. And then like the greatest episode of Simcast, in my opinion, not just because I work for Forest Mommy, because I think it's the greatest episode. Lila went off. Like there was just
blow my back out. I'm blowing my back out.
She used you as your fucking comedy, and it was so funny, and I cried laughing so much. I was like, I have to find out who this fucking guy Bottle Hart's back out is, and that's what led me down to you. And shortly after it is when you got banned from Twitter the first time, and then brought you on. So I want you to know, I have immense respect for you. Like, I think your comedy is really funny, and I think it's fucking rated in like YouTube online people watching.
I'm definitely underrated. We're both, and Lila's definitely underrated. She actually has a big following, but she got shadow banned from the beginning. Because she used to get
when she made a stand. When you make a stand like that, like she did with the store, you know, like,
and then even before that, and I didn't realize this, she didn't realize this, but like she would do bits on powerful people and pedophilia like year one, and then she probably did bits in front of powerful Hollywood pedophiles about like doing that kind of stuff. So she was shadow banned like 2016. I didn't even know this concept, but like. She used to, like, when she had like 10,000 followers versus like when she has like 50,000, you can literally see the effects of the shadow banning, because when she had 10,000 followers, she was getting a lot more. But it's a mechanism to make her feel like, oh, my content is bad, so I should have less confidence and I should post less. So they want to affect your own behavior online. This is how the algorithm tries to manipulate you, as opposed to you trying to manipulate the algorithm.
That's why I go full cringe. I don't care. Like I go, if I have a cringy ass idea, that stupid cringy ass. So Eric doesn't know, but my first account, I made this stupid little skit where I was like, it was May 2020. I was like looking out the window and like being like, I was like, I'm calling the cops on people who are wearing masks and shit. And like that's what held my account blow up. And it was fucking cringy as fuck, but it got the message across and shit, you know, like.
That was not cringy.
That was funny.
I would say a good
anything that pushes the envelope. I mean, yeah, maybe now it looks tame, but back then that was probably really pushing the envelope. And so that's also, you got to remember, like the context of it is like being brave in the moment is not easy. And yes, looking back on it, it's like, oh, that wasn't that brave. No. You weren't there in that context. In the context, that was really brave. And so that's also part of like, you should get credit for that, but they try to use revisionist history. So you can't even have your own personal record of your accomplishments. That's part of why they banned you. So you don't even have a record of what you've done. You have no history online. You're just evaporated.
Motherfuckers.
Oh, agreed. And hey, real quick, before I fucking forget, shout out to the thing that really was like the nucleus for bringing all this together. And if Michael's here, Legion of Skanks, bro. Legion of Skanks. It all goes back to zero.
Oh yeah, I know some of them too. Yeah, that's
how I met Chris. That's how I met Chrissy, and I just wanted to give them credit too.
And in the end, I liked that they did an independent thing, and you know, it goes back to, you know, there's so many others that have done that, but for them to do it as a group with comedians is very unique, because comedians are the most selfish group of entertainers out of all the entertainers. They literally want to hog all the attention. It's just you and a microphone. If you even talk during the performance, we will kick your ass out. That's how like insecure and power hungry comedians are. Like, we need to have silence, and you can only clap and laugh, and you give us any other reaction, we'll throw your ass out. I mean, it's it's a little different of
They're pretty
a
hard to date too. They're a little narcissistic.
very insecure. Like
Super
Lila and
funny.
I are
Good.
aberrations. Like we have other skills and we have college degrees, you know, and we have held down
You blow
jobs.
her back out. Like,
Yeah, that's right. I'm not impotent, you know. You know. So yeah.
I will never claim to be funny enough to be consider myself a comedian. I hope that I make people laugh. I hope I entertain people. But if I ever have a dream in this whole streaming landscape that there is, my dream is this. I hope I become just notable enough to where Chrissy Mayer will let me come on her show and I will pretend to be Ethan Ralph, but like the opposite version of Ethan Ralph to recreate the famous fucking episode of hers with Ethan Ralph. Like, I want to do it so bad. I think it, like, even her, if she's dressed as like Frost Curran or like just herself, I want to do like a fucking spoof where I pretend to be like Ethan Ralph, but I'll call myself like Rethan Alf, like as a joke, because I think I could fucking nail that. That's my big dream. You're right, Eric. That's my big dream.
The big dream. That was your biggest dream. The biggest dream.
I know that's where my comedic would shine is if she was like just to do a spoof episode of like the Chrissy Mayer show where like I come on. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Has anybody ever seen the Ethan Ralph episode of Chrissy Mayer? For fuck's sake, if you guys want to laugh your ass off, and I felt so bad for Chrissy in the moment, she brought Ethan Ralph on, who is an internet lol cow, and it went sideways as fuck.
Ugly.
It went sideways, and fuck you, Force Mommy. I kind of look like Ethan Ralph.
No,
So
you don't.
I
No,
wanna
he
do
is
this.
ugly. You look nothing like him.
But it went sideways as fuck, and I would like to do an opposite version of that episode where like she's like, "Oh my god, ha ha ha! You didn't take your mom to dialysis and she died. That's kind of weird and funny." I would be like, "Yeah, you know, here's the thing. My mom's still alive because I took her to dialysis in the wintertime, so she's still good." Like, I know I could make that fucking hilarious. So that's my goal. That's my dream.
You know, I know Ethan Ralph, but that sounds like an impression.
Right. Start working on it, Paul.
I mean, Eric Abbenante is just a queer faggot. Christ is king. But the thing is, like, Eric Abbenante doesn't know what true comedy is. But I mean, if you follow me on the kill stream, fucking Nick Fuentes, we'll get there.
We had someone, or wait, maybe it was Ethan Ralph. Oh, it was Ethan Ralph. Yeah, Ethan Ralph went on a rant about Lila. Yeah, I forgot. And
yes, he did. Yes, he did.
He went nuts for a while. It was when I was banned too, but I wanted to do a response, and then I found out he's 5'1".
Oh, he's a short fucking shit.
And then I'm like, no
I
response.
consider that because I'm 5'9".
I was like, no response needed. You know what? He kind of maybe even had the right to say some of the things he said because he's 5'1". I was like, oh my god, that's shorter than me. That's crazy.
Dude, like Ethan Ralph, I
could.
I'll tell you what. Respect to Ethan Ralph.
2 inches on him. At least.
Damn, the dude has made a living off this shit, but he's an internet lol cow, and I find myself like I don't watch the kill stream regularly. I actually never watched a full episode, but watching the clips of shit and then watching the Chrissy Mayer episode, and I knew Chrissy Mayer was like, I knew who Ethan Ralph before Chrissy Mayer had him on, and I'm like, Chrissy, what are you doing, girl? And then it exploded, but it was so fucking hilarious. And Chrissy was mortified, like, oh my god, I just offended this guy. I feel so bad. That's why, like, my fucking dream is to fucking go on Chrissy Mayer's show as like a spoofing version of Ethan Ralph.
You got to write it down. Start writing the whole thing out. Write the bit down. You got to make it happen. Write it out.
My memory is good. I don't need to write dick down.
But writing makes that kind of shit happen. Like, once you start writing shit, like, you know, I'm like so.
My memory once told me, you need to work for Force Mommy one day.
Oh, well, that was right.
And look where I am.
We're almost at 3 hours. Eric just left, of course, but I don't know if you guys want.
He's got to go pee, man. We've all been here for hours.
3 hours.
I've peed like 3 times on here.
Yeah, I peed once.
Alice, I too have peed 3 times. As a matter of fact, I'm peeing right now.
Me too.
Side note: Coors Light is so goddamn good, and I mean it's the same as Miller Lite because they changed the recipe. But fuck, man, is that a good beer?
I had one of these.
Ooh, you've got the fucking banquet beer, bro.
Got a couple. I'm in Coors Country here. This is Coors Country. Okay. My neighbors used to work
know
for
what?
Kroger's.
You know what? You know why the mountains aren't blue? Because there's only one gulp left.
Oh,
Let's
you
change
did-
that.
That's it, man.
Coors Light is pretty good. Like people,
It's
like,
Miller Lite. They're the same
I
thing.
like Coors Light better than Bud
I
Light.
don't think it's that much different from like Bud Light, but I'm not big on Miller Lite. Like I like like people are like, you like watery beer. It's like, yeah, I do kind of like a watery, clean beer. Like I don't want it to be all thick. You know? Sorry. Shit gets heavy in your stomach.
That's why I like the Coronas. And like I've been so good lately. Do you want to know how good I was? So I partied a little last Saturday after. Oh, I didn't even talk about it because I've been off stream. So I went to this party and it was for this tax bill. I'll be quick because then we can get off of here. It was this tax bill.
We're good.
And a tax bill went through in the 90s where this guy pushed this bill through that basically was force the government to refund taxpayers surplus taxes. And we've had this in place since forever. It's called Tabor. And it turned 30 years old. So there was this party. And now that I'm kind of like a little more the face of the LP Colorado out here and the Caucus State organizer, I like went, we got a table, like we were a sponsor and like we were hanging out. And I had to do a speech. And it was like I'm trying to get better at it. I know I'm not good at it, and I'm like, this way I gotta get better at. So I'm like, I might as well fucking do it because you can't get better unless you fucking do that shit, in front of people like that. And like you gotta fucking do it. So it went okay. I'm doing better. I'm doing other things where I get to practice in too. But like this lady came up to me right away and she's like, you could tell she's like an old GOP, like just Republican woman, and she came up to me and she's like, man, fuck the parties anymore. And she's like invited me to come to her groups that she does. They're actually right by my house. So I'm like, we are making headway out here. But I felt so dorky doing it. But it was fun. I did all this LP stuff this month and I still have more to do. It's crazy. But
you should honestly upload the clip. And I think you're a lot harder on yourself than you deserve. You could tell you were nervous, but I thought you fucking crushed it.
I just was like, I knew I was gonna start, so I'm like, end it, and so I end it. I'm not a public speaker. Like, if I would literally rather stand up naked in front of people with a sparkler up my ass than have to speak in front of them.
It's the Jerry Seinfeld joke. People literally fear public speaking more than death, so they would rather be in the casket than do the eulogy.
Right.
The basic joke. Really good. Yeah, it's public speaking is tough, and everyone should, if they have a chance, do at least one open mic to really understand like how hard actually it is to talk for 3 minutes uninterrupted. Just 3 minutes. It is so hard.
Does getting up at your mom's funeral and just winging it for like 5 minutes count?
Oh hell yeah,
count?
That's great.
Yeah. Literally when I said at my mom's funeral, like I walked out there because like everybody knew I was supposed to speak at the funeral, and I was like, yeah, I didn't write anything down, so I'm just gonna wing it. So just bear with me.
Can I interrupt real quick? No. Has a moderator of this YouTube channel just got a YouTube message flashed on my screen.
Whoa.
What?
So let me bring this up. I don't know can you guys see this or no?
Is it Eric?
I'm fine, Paul. Come on.
Okay. I will read it. Don't forget. It says this. Don't forget. You're a moderator of this channel. You need to help the creator build a positive and safe community. You need to delete all inappropriate message, put participants in timeout, hide someone from this channel, and you need to manage messages held in review.
What messages?
I've never in all my time as a fucking admin on this channel, I've never gotten this. This just fucking popped up. And can you see what I'm highlighting? I just read it out loud to everybody.
You know what? I'll make them happy. There you go. Now they can't see
Weird.
This is fucking nuts. Fuck you, YouTube. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I won't say this. I'm on Forest Mama's channel. I won't go off.
Hey, we're supposed to be creating a positive environment, moderator.
Tomorrow, Paul.
I'm
Tomorrow.
always fucking positive.
Everybody in
I'm the
chat,
most motherfucking
fuck
positive
you.
person.
Reminder,
wrong.
you're the moderator. Response, fuck you, YouTube.
By the way, YouTube is the name of somebody in chat. YouTube in Minecraft or something. I don't know. Whatever.
It is very interesting. So we were aware of this when the first time we talked about moving from LA to Texas, and the episode was taken down within 6 hours for misinformation because it's actually based off of a robotic algorithm. That's why they have the caption system, is so that they can have a system where they can record the words that are actually being said. And so right now, a robot has had enough dings on specific keywords, and that's why that came up, which is interesting. That's very, I mean, really, that's
never
great
had that
journalism.
happen to me before.
That's something you guys show that's like actually very important. That shows you like, hey, the system is watching you in real time. I mean, that's brilliant journalism, honestly, because I've never heard of that.
Let me tell you right now, that's the first time that's ever happened to me as an admin on Forest Mommy's fucking channel. And I'm sorry, Forest Mommy, if you didn't want me to show that, but I would, just like Eric said, I would never fucking hide that from the public, which means there's somebody
here. We're about transparency.
There's somebody in fucking chat who is not fucking making the YouTube fucking algorithm happy, and I want to be abundantly fucking clear. Whoever you are, continue the fuck with what you're doing.
Everyone in the chat,
don't do it on Forest Mommy's channel. Do it on my channel.
We love Klaus Schwab. The WF is great.
Jeffrey,
Long live the eugenicists. We'll be fine.
I will never, ever say the WHO can suck my dick. I will never say YouTube is fucking horrible and they need to fucking change their fucking plan before they become obsolete. And I will never say that Rumble is the superior platform and you should probably fucking watch any show we do on fucking Rumble to make that a better fucking platform, make it more congenial. But if you want to watch on Rumble, we are only exclusively on Rumble tomorrow night on Saturday, Sibling Revelry. It's www.rumble.c/living revelry.
Will you be drinking this much on the podcast? I think people want that because you're very
no.
spicy.
Actually, Alice has actually texted me on the sad side, going like, "You are getting exceptionally fucked up tonight." So right now we are through the first 24 pack, and we are about 6 beers deep in the second 24 pack. I would never do this on a Saturday night because I actually have to push the buttons and kind of control shit.
Okay,
I kind of have to do that on this one, but not really.
About that though, you still drink like 17 beers on a Saturday night. Like
hour one, I had this liver issue. Hour three, I'm
non-alcoholic liver disease. Eric, look it up.
I'll pop on
my brother-in-law needed a liver and he'd never drank a day in his life. Really?
And Paul will be like, yeah, I'm like 14 beers in. And I'm like, shit,
all I'm saying is
dance a jig and then go to bed.
This podcast was really about an intervention. We were trying to get to it. It took us 3 hours.
Throw the banner up. All I'm saying is I don't have Andre the Giant levels of tolerancy, but beer, I can drink beer all night until the sun comes up. It's one of the few gifts that I got from my father's stupid fucking genetics. Brother got my mom's sides of the family big dick. I got the fucking
like natural cocaine running through your blood, just natural cocaine.
I would never do cocaine for us, mommy.
No, you have natural cocaine. That's why you can drink so much.
That's it. Yeah, she said natural.
But I would never do cocaine because if I did, then I would forfeit my VA disability.
No, you don't ever do it at hotels. Did you know that?
What?
In the bathtub. Andre the Giant. When he stayed at hotels when he was wrestling, he had to poop in the bathtub. The toilets were like too small for him. He pooped in the bathtub. I'm not kidding you. Like
he
pooped in the bathtub because he was too big. That's crazy.
That might be a perfect place to end it for the night. I don't know.
Are we ending? I don't want to end. I want to drink.
We can keep going. I gotta eat some.
Story, poop in your bathtub.
We can keep going.
Love that Andre the
you
Giant.
can pee in sinks too, can't you, Paul?
No, I did not pee in your sink in the basement. I peed to the drain. I
You
peed in the
peed-
drain.
I don't care.
I peed in the drain that the sink drains into. There's a difference. I'm not a fucking animal. I'm a civilized human.
Oh, so
You did
you
also
just
break that
peed
chair.
on my fucking floor.
Fuck you.
Although technically that was whoever sat next to you.
I always thought Andre the Giant was mentally challenged, and that's why he talked like that. But he's just French. He has an accent. So just fun fact. I was like, why does he talk like that? He's like, I guess he hit his head a lot as a giant or something, you know. But he's French, and it's his second
I know
language.
that feeling. Trust me.
Eric, offshoot question: are you a wrestling fan in any way, shape, or form?
No, but weirdly enough, oh God, I shouldn't even say this, but this is a subject we're gonna do a documentary on at some point. Is Andre the Giant?
You're gonna do a
Eric,
weird
are we still good? Are you still good for a Saturday show on February 4th? I believe it is.
Yeah. I'm looking at the schedule. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right. I will make sure Doug books you because that's Doug's only responsibility is to book guests. And when he doesn't do it, I will make sure that you are booked for Saturday the 4th. That's what I have you down tentatively as. But God damn it, I want you on to where me and you could just fucking me, you, and Doug. Sorry, Doug, if I fucking offended you in your sensibilities. I love you. You're my brother. But I want you on February 4th where we can just fuck off and just be like, let's get hammered and say whatever we want.
Yeah, I mean, Alice and Hex and Forrest are just holding us back. That's clearly what you're saying.
Well, no, YouTube is what's holding us back.
Fuck you.
God damn it, Alice! I literally Alice, I literally broke my own rule that I made with Doug for you for the 28th. You know, I made a rule: guest, no guest, guest, no guest. And like when you were like, I want to come on, I'm like,
I wasn't pushing for that. I was just saying.
I'm just saying, bitch, calm down.
And I wouldn't have even cared what day it was. I was just putting it out there so that we could do that together because I thought it would be fun.
Well, you're coming on the 28th, and we fucking organized it around you. But
did you hurt her feelings? What happened? What did they do?
No, we didn't hurt it. I went out of my way to not hurt Alice.
You know what's funny?
Don't
You know
worry
what's
about
funny?
it.
I keep telling Adam that Paul and the radio you guys are exactly the same. Neither one of you care about me. You don't care about my wants, my needs, the things that I want to hear.
The difference is one of us didn't marry you, so I'll fucking cop to I don't care about your needs.
Man, they're all full of shit. I can't believe the word they fucking say.
The one day, me and Adam were in the car the one day, and like the fucking radio fucking sucks, right? It fucking sucks. So I'm like, holy shit, oh my God, the radio sucks. Like it just does not care about what I want to hear, things I need. And it was like a day after I said to Paul to do something, and I don't even know what it was. And I'm just like yelling at Paul. I think it was when I was like, you didn't check with me.
Everybody yells at me, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
So I'm telling Adam, I was like, see, the radio and Paul are the same. They don't care about me. They don't care about my needs. They'll check with me.
Hex and Eric, I want you to know this from the bottom of my heart. You two are my favorite people in the FMU. Period, hands down, without fucking question.
All this favoritism. Oh man, wouldn't want to be one of your kids.
Out. I'm getting yelled at from every
you're
angle.
My favorite kid. No, you're my favorite kid now. Oh, dead brutal.
That was my dad's favorite kid.
It's like, shut up, Paul, Dad.
I'm only one man. I can only please so many women.
Yeah, it's hard to.
Not from what I hear. I hear you have you do all right.
Hey, all I'm saying is this short dick gets the job done. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God.
I mean, for rape. What do you mean it gets the job done? I mean,
I'm not blowing bitches back out, Eric. So don't fucking lord this over me like a motherfucker. All right?
No, not bitches. My wife, not no one else. There's no.
I never laid that to you. God damn it, Eric, you're off the list. Hex, you're the only person getting a Christmas gift this year.
Let's go.
So there was a gift. So
get Hex a light for Christmas.
I said to Adam, I want to get this gift for Paul. But since you're only giving Hex a gift, fuck you, Paul.
Noted.
I
That's
am
all I
your
can say.
gift. I am your gift, Paul.
And
I'm-
Force
then,
Mommy, you're the gift that keeps on giving. Force Mommy's the only person here who has a hard drive dedicated to her. What up?
And then if anyone wants to get a gift for Paul, find a transient homeless person and then take one of their organs, like their liver, bang, or kidneys, bang. That's what Paul's looking for.
I'm not trying to live forever. You keep your liver. We're good.
He needs to swap out. Nah, he's being kind. We need to swap him out really quick. Like a NASCAR pit stop.
And you think a homeless person liver is gonna make me live forever?
Oh, it's
Weird.
definitely better. 100% better. You know. I mean, there's no way they're pounding as much beer as you. No way. You know, I mean, even if they're slamming heroin, it's still better. I mean, we're looking at a big
Heroin doesn't affect the liver.
Yeah,
It's just
exactly.
science.
Yeah, exactly.
Side note: watch World Death Organization by Eric Abbenante.
Heroin was prescribed as it was prescribed for coughs back in like the 1900s. Did it work? No, but everyone loved the medicine. It was great. You know, you forgot you had a cold. You're like, I had a cough. I'm on cloud 9. I don't care. Yeah.
You know what's crazy is when we took my daughter to
I didn't
doctor
forget.
one time. Like her cough was like so bad. Like it was one of those really bad, like nagging coughs. She couldn't sleep and stuff because of it. So I'm like, well, what should we do for her? Like we have
Tell her to stop hitting the bong. Switch to like joint.
Yeah, my 4-year-old was just hitting that bong like crazy, man.
I mean, at least take her out the street for a night.
I was like, what can we do for her? Like, we're doing the humidifier, the Vicks vapor rub, like shit like that. Like, what else can we do for her so that she can sleep? Because rest and hydration, those are like some of the best things you can do for yourself when you're sick. And they were like, well, we really don't want kids taking cough syrup anymore. We prefer them to take just straight honey, or there's like like kind of like a watered down honey you can get for kids. And now
honey?
like
that's like homeopathic. That does not sound like the doctors I know.
Well, yeah, because the honey it coats and stews.
No, I like it. Honestly, I'm just shocked because they can't make money off of that. Like they can't prescribe you honey. Like you can just go get it.
Yeah, and even the stuff that they were like, you can buy that's like kind of watered down, so it's not as thick. Because some kids will go to like do straight honey, and they're like, "What the?" So it's a lot for them, you know. So you can get like it's a homeopathic kind of just basically watered down honey for your kids to take when they're sick, and then like now people are like, "Hey, let me jab your kid in the arm over this cold." That's not killing them.
Yeah, everything needs to be allopathic. It has to be a prescribed drug that they can make money off of, or an injection. It has to be allopathic. Homeopathic, those are herbs, and like those can't be proven, even though they're cheap and, you know, non-toxic and more effective. I mean, you know, I'm doing, you know, research on the AIDS section. It's disturbing. Like, okay, like licorice, ginseng, ginkgo biloba, like random things like this. The FDA and the CDC looked at natural compounds like this, and they were actually more effective at rates than like chemotherapy. And they're like, nah, we don't want to look at that. There was a natural sponge that actually would reverse the reverse transcriptase of the AIDS virus, supposedly, and they didn't want to look at that. So I'm just
you know, like, the thing is
they
like,
have offered honey. That's good for them, honestly.
Like I don't have anything against like modern medicine. I don't. But the constant pushing of everything is what makes me question it, because like I remember having this really horrible cold one time and I just couldn't get over it, but there was like I couldn't go, I didn't have insurance or anything. And my grandma was like, make a cup of tea, put a shot of whiskey in it, and some lemon and honey. And it cleared me up. I was able to finally sleep, you know, but at the same time, there's nothing wrong if something like that isn't curing you and you're getting worse and worse. Like it's not a big deal to go towards modern medicine. but what we're doing is like every little headache, every little pain, every little thing you feel, like pop something, and it's crazy to me, you know, like
Close your eyes too long, Adderall. You know, it's just like,
yeah. I mean, one of the reasons I'm so glad we homeschool my son is just seeing how wild he is. It's like they would probably fucking try and put him on some meds, but he doesn't need meds. He's a wound up crazy boy, but he's smart. He's learning, he's reading, he's writing, he's doing math. He's doing the things a kid his age should be doing. His speech just isn't there yet. That's it. And he's crazy. He's freaking crazy. They've all met my son. He's crazy.
He's dope as fuck. I like the kid.
if he wasn't in public, if he was in public school, he'd be doing things like questioning his gender and getting in fights. So you're good. You're doing much better.
Well, that's all these like normal patterns they said, and then that's like if anyone differs from the normalcy a little bit, they're like they're drugged, or they need drugs, they're autistic or whatever. It's like no, this is just how humans fucking develop, and that's the sad part is that with the gender stuff, they're like, oh, you are like this at 13, so you must need to question your gender, girl. Like maybe you're a boy. You know, it's just like. They're more binary and like putting people in the boxes where we're like, no, fucking a kid may not develop some of this speech. I'm a fucking retard social setting sometimes. Like I had to work on it. Like, it's something you can like do and some people can't and whatever. Like it is what it is, you know, but
science pushes a dogma that is stronger than religion. And if you are not a follower and if you are not a believer of their dogma, you are excommunicated from the science community far quicker than you would in any religion. I mean, if you look at the scientific dogma of cancer, and we must do the following things to treat cancer. It must be chemotherapy, radiation, or surgery, and that's it. And those are the only three options we can ever look at. And you know, when it's stuff like that, the dogma of AIDS, it must be the AIDS hypothesis and only the AIDS hypothesis. And if you question the AIDS hypothesis, you will be censored. And it's the same thing with the COVID stuff and how it all comes back to the same thing. There's a dogma. There's a dogma, and you can't question the dogma. I mean, even just the fact that if you mention certain keywords, you get a little thing like, hey, be a good moderator. You know, I mean, you know, it's evidence of that dogma.
That's so weird. That shit's so weird that happened. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Are these people fucking idiot invalids that they need to be fucking told this shit to become good little fucking tattletales and hall monitors and shit? Like they think that's cool and good. It just grosses me out.
When Force Mommy made me a moderator of chat, this is no joke. I said I'll accept it, but I will never ban or fucking time anyone out, which is why that fucking message is so fucking funny to me.
With great power, there is no responsibility.
Amen, brother.
You're just like, I'm not doing any of that.
Fuck that.
No, you just watch the numbers and the important shit. That's because I ain't fucking looking at it. So
weirdly, somehow I'm the money man of the FMU, and I don't understand how. I'm like, whatever.
So interesting thing, Crumb Bun. So how many times have you had cancer? So actually, part of what you'll learn from the film is that like you have these diseases inside of you at all times. Like every single person on the panel right now has hundreds of coronaviruses within their bone marrow, just from daily interactions, the human life, getting to this point. So you have viruses inside you like cytomegalovirus, various cancers. And honestly, the immune destroying viruses, just like AIDS and HIV, you have that inside of you. It's that your immune system is fighting it off. And this is what they want to do. They want to take away your immune system so that you can't fight off these diseases. In AIDS, for instance, when they were on the AIDS drugs, you would end up with cytomegalovirus, which would make you go blind because you're now exposed to these opportunistic infections. So that's really what it is like, yes, there are people like almost probably every single person in society has just cervical cancer inside them because of the HeLa cells we go over in World Death Organization, let alone all the other cancers you most likely have inside you because they are ubiquitous within society. Actually having these viruses indicative of having the disease associated with the virus. And that's another dogma that they want you to believe that, oh, if we can prove that you have the virus inside of you, that means you have the disease associated with that virus. No, it could be a dead nucleotide. It could be a completely destroyed debris of a virus, but it's a remnant of it. But they will sound like, oh, well, we've detected it, so therefore you have it, and therefore you have the disease associated with it. And this is kind of the trap they pull you into. Just because you've been detected for having a virus doesn't mean you have the disease that's associated with that virus. So it was a good question, Crumb Bun.
Just because I'm an idiot. And I
You
just now
blocked
got-
for 5 minutes.
No, I did not.
You bastard.
I didn't block him. Who blocked him?
Bun was.
That wasn't me.
It was me. I'll fucking block. Don't be fucking like that.
What do you
I did not.
And it's totally fine, and you know, but I'm a comedian. You literally can't offend me unless you bore me, and then you will be offensive.
Well, with that fucking said, to make sure, Force Mommy, thank you for admitting it wasn't me. I've now updated the description. Everybody's links are available in the description below, including where you can watch World Death Organization by fucking Eric Abbenante.
Man, that's impressive. How many beers
I love
you've
that. Like,
drinking.
I love that. Like, Eric was like, and you blocked him. I'm like, wait, what? What did you do?
I just saw
What
it in the
did you-
chat. By the way, Forest Mommy has some of the best chats. I've been in a lot of streams. Like, I actually have to watch the chat while I'm doing this, and you guys are very, very active and fun. So keep up.
Are we over 2.5 hours?
Yeah.
We're over 2.5 hours,
Yeah.
right?
3.5 hours.
Oh, if we're over 2.5 hours, that's because our chat's some real nigga shit, Eric. That's just the way it rolls here in the
after
FMBA.
3.5 hours, you can just say whatever you want. What
Two and
just
a half.
happened?
After 2.5 hours, as long as it's not in the last 60 seconds, you can pretty much say whatever you want.
No, cold.
So YouTube,
say
they
today
just
was the
don't.
most
They only watch like
If
the
you-
first 2 hours.
I'm pretty sure Sibling Reverie stops after episode 40, but if you notice Sibling Reverie's library, all of our shows go over 6 hours, and it's just so we can hit the 2.5 hour mark without getting struck down. We got our one and only strike on Sibling Reverie because we made a fucking homage to Scott Hall when he died, and WWE struck us. And from that day, I was so bitter with fucking YouTube that I was like, I'm building a plan to where we can convert to Rumble and never have to worry about YouTube again.
Is
By the way,
that the only
Rest in
thing
peace,
that-
Scott Hall. Everybody loves the bad guy.
Hell yeah.
Jason Dixon line, 2.5
Well,
hours. Who knew?
Was that the only thing that got struck at the vow renewal? Was the Austin 316, or did the other stuff get struck too?
I never did the vow renewal. I made the vow renewal without.
No, I'm
without
saying
YouTube.
the live
Rumble
stream.
doesn't copyright strike. As long as you're less than 30 seconds, they don't do DCMAs.
No, I'm saying didn't you guys get struck on YouTube when you did the stream of the vow renewal because of the songs that we were using?
But we didn't get copyright struck. We got copyright claimed, which means any money we made off the vow renewal went to fucking whoever the one you walked out to. The one you walked out to makes all the money off the one we fucking made.
Ah, dick! Are you serious?
Yeah, that was the one that fucking copyright claimed us. WWE didn't copyright claim us for the Stone Cold, which, by the way, if you haven't watched the wedding tape of Adam and Alice, check it out on siblingreverie.rumble. Whatever, blah, 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 blah. Go to Sibling Reverie Rumble.
It's better than Paul's tape he was referencing in the first hour.
What's crazy is the wedding tape is like my true, like, I got to edit it on Rumble, so like it's kind of like my pride and joy. So please check it out if you haven't already.
Okay.
And you don't know it, but you do see. Was it on the live stream or that video where you do see Alice's mother on your shirt a little bit?
Oh, that's in the wedding tape. I highlight it. Eric, are you indoctrinated into the wedding, like the wedding tape of what happened?
Story?
No.
Okay, so
Do
Adam
this
and Alice.
do this
Adam
for-
and Alice
I love
are-
that I get to hear this story again.
Adam and Alice are the best people to ever go to a fucking vow renewal for, because they fucking are real people. They are lowbrow, funny, ha ha ha, blah blah blah. Anyway, my invite was contingent on making the wedding video
It
for their
was
vow
not.
renewal.
It was not.
The bitch is lying, Eric.
No, it was. I
I
would
see.
have totally. Stop it. That is a lie.
I love you like a
Story.
sister, Alice. Anyway, I made the vow renewal video. Me and Doug were there. Force Mommy, Hex, Alice, Adam, obviously everybody. They had urns that looked peculiarly similar to a salt and pepper grinder.
No, they
And-
didn't.
Okay,
And
your
Eric,
dad
will
did
show
not.
them to
Your
you
dad
after
looked
the
like an
video
urn.
is over.
Your dad's urn looked like an urn. Your mom looked like a pepper grinder.
Well, you should have
Unfortunately,
put two and two together.
they were under a fucking pink towel. Watch the video. I made it, Alice. Watch the video. Your dad was well covered up. Your mom was out in the open. I apologize for nothing. Other than the fact I got to share that special moment with your mother on top of me all night, grinding on my chest. Anyway.
And you know what's funny? When I told my family the story and then later told them how you fell through a chair because like they knew the chair stories of before with my mom after she died, like they were all like dying laughing. They're like, your mom would have gotten the biggest kick out of that. They were like, your
No.
mom would have found that
You
so
fell through a chair?
I know. That's a side
later.
story, Eric.
Okay, Paul,
That's a
I'm
side
sorry.
story.
Now, shut
Oh,
up.
it sounds like you failed at the Jewish wedding tradition. Like they tried to lift you up in the chair, but you
Mazel tov,
it.
motherfucker.
He's too fat to be a Jew at his wedding.
So at their altar for their re-wedding, they had which I'm calling a stolen hotel ice bucket because I'm pretty sure they stole it.
Dude, it was my mom and dad's ice bucket that they're my dad's parents.
from a
That's
hotel.
what
Yeah,
they
we got
looked
it.
like back in the 60s and 70s. and
Anyway,
shit. We have one
there
too.
was an
We have
ice
one
bucket.
too.
There was an ice bucket and two very small urns. One of them looked like a salt and or pepper grinder. I thought it was a salt grinder, if I'm being honest, in this moment right now. Her mother was not under the towel like her father in the ice bucket. And before shooting, when I'm framing everything to make sure I get the angles right and I try to make everything look good, I walked up to the table. And let me be frank, to the right of the table is
Let me
Force
tell
Mommy,
you, my dad
Force
is
Mo-
named Frank.
which makes this better. So Force Mommy, Accelerate, and my brother, who I love and loathe all in the same fucking breath, are sitting 4 feet to the right. And I walk up to the table and there's a towel over the ice bucket and her dad, and then her mom is sitting out there in the open in an urn that looks like a salt shaker or a salt grinder. And I'm like, what the fuck is this salt grinder and or pepper grinder doing on the table? I pick said thing up and I lift it up, I look at the bottom, there's no holes where that grinds through. And I'm like, this is weird. But as I picked it up and looked underneath, I heard the rattling inside, which sounded like salt and or pepper inside of
It
a
was
grinder.
my mother's bones.
It was her mother's bones. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And I went, shake one, shake two, shake poof. And it literally, I'm standing bellied up to the bar. It goes poof. And I look over to the right, and there's Force, Mommy, Accelerate, and my brother, who I love and loathe, laughing the fuck out of me. And I look at this, and I'm like a retard, like, huh. And then it hits me. I come back to reality, like, oh my God, this is one of Alice's parents. That's all over my chest and on this table. So I start doing the shake into the urn. And I got like 90% of Alice's mom back in the urn. 5% on my chest, 5% love to the Lord. Nobody knows where it is. I put it down and Force Mommy, what was my immediate reaction? What was the first thing I did after that?
You were like, I gotta go tell Adam. I gotta go tell Adam. Like,
would I have told Alice if I could?
Yeah, Adam was.
But
right
I couldn't
there.
because the house was off limits because the bride and her bitches wouldn't allow any men in the fucking house. So I went straight up to Adam and I'm like, Adam,
Was
your
allowed in the
mother-in-law is
house.
on my chest. I spilt your mother-in-law. I apologize. I am sorry if this ruins your night, but I want to be honest with you. And Adam looks at me and goes, bro, I don't care. Did you get at least some of her back in the urn? And I'm like, yeah, I got as much of her as I could in the urn. And he's like, we're good. And I'm like, cool. He's like, but Alice might be pissed. And I'm like, I would be. So I filmed the fucking ceremony. We do the ceremony and everything else. And poor Alice, the first thing she got as soon as the ceremony was over, she crushed a 12-ounce beer like Stone Cold Steve Austin in the fucking late 90s. God bless her. You did it like a champ, Alice. I fucking walked up to Alice and I go, Alice, I want you to know, for the whole ceremony, your mother was on me. This is her on my chest. This shirt, Eric, this is important. The shirt I'm wearing right now is the shame shirt that Alice's mom
The shame
spilt
shirt.
on.
Is it
And
the
he hasn't
shame
washed
shirt?
it since. Great.
Yeah, I know. I'm not hygienic. It's cool. I'm not married.
Yeah, that's not like a special thing. Don't worry, Alice. That's just what he does with all his clothes. Don't worry about it.
But I told her, and Alice's response, God bless her, on her re-wedding was there any of my mom in her urn? And I go, lots of your mom. She goes, don't care. Let's have a great night.
But
And I was
I
like,
have more of her inside. We have more of her
Yeah,
inside.
yeah,
It's
we have more of
fine.
her. We have more of her. And I'm like, great response. Let's go. So check out Adam and Alice's re-wedding on the Sibling Revelry Rumble channel and or Odyssey if
Yeah,
you're
it's
into
the
the whole
first-
brevity
It's the
thing.
first time a woman has been on top of Paul without like completely puking and stuff. It's great.
Eric, why would you say something like that? I
He
literally
roast.
fuck
He
bitches
gonna
on their
roast
reg.
your ass.
We can say
And I'm
whatever
not
we
saying
want
that to
now, right?
brag. I'm not saying they're hot women. I'm just saying I fuck women, brah. And
I
not
mean,
like I have a
that's
dick
I
and
have
it's
more sex than
2023.
me. I
Me,
figured.
me
like
and
real
Hicks don't
women.
have to say we fuck women. You know, people just assume that. Like you having to say that is pretty suspect. I don't know.
I don't give a shit. That's fine.
I was thinking Eric is like, he's so nice and so kind. And then he comes out with, you know what?
If you guys want to watch, I don't have a lot of good video of my stand-up, but I did this show called Roast Battle in LA at the Comedy Store. Two comedians head-to-head roast each other, and then the audience decides who's the winner. I have a lot of good videos on that. I like roasting, and like hecklers are something I really love because it's a great opportunity. And I'm a little mean. Yeah, I agree, Alice. I am a little mean.
I love the mean shit, man. Half the shit that that Tony says on Kill Tony, half the shit I laugh at is just him being. He just gets so fucking mean, but it's so sweet too. And this, like, it's just, I love it. how
And
mean he gets.
on Lila's YouTube, we have all of her Kill Tony appearances. She did like 6. She was really popular on the show, and then she started to like do her like own thing. But like, I remember before I was dating her, there was like a lot of talk like, oh, is she gonna be the next Kill Tony regular? Oh yeah, this one is good. Probably this might be my best joke individually. Joke was in this.
I planned that intentionally. I played that. Eric, you're a really good roaster, and I fucking love roasting, dude.
This
I
guy,
love roasting.
Quick context: this guy was big on Vine. If you remember this was like Vine was really popular.
I remember Vine.
He's actually.
Batch, is it?
I was great at Yu-Gi-Oh. No, I'm just kidding. I look like before, like in Yu-Gi-Oh, before like he evolves into like old Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah,
Randy's our roaster. Randy's our local roaster.
and then and yeah, so this guy was big on Vine. He's actually very funny, and he's a total patriot. Just so you know, I've roasted like 2 secret patriots. You have to kind of hide it in comedy. He's actually he's cool. He's a good guy. It was kind of heartbreaking I had to do this to him, but I had to.
Let's do this shit.
No audio.
That's not me in my editing. That's Paul. Don't let people think that's. I'm just
turning the volume up. I've got the extra volume on Google.
And this is for those of you who know, this is like on Periscope, and I'm the first LA comedian to figure out how to rip their stuff from Periscope. You weren't allowed to upload your roast battles, and this is part of why I got blacklisted, because I was the only one who had my videos up, so they hated that. Like, because they were like really hoardy with the videos, because they wanted to be able to post their videos of it, and I was like the only, I was the only one who like was like, nah, I'm ripping it, I'm putting it up. So I've always been a little bit of a troublemaker.
I can't hear it.
I think it's an input issue, like the audio output and input.
Hang on. We'll fix it. We'll fix it.
He's drunk, but he can make this happen.
And then yeah, so
I might be a little bit drunk. I might be a little bit drunk.
That show was really fun to do. I did like 12 of them. I went up against David Lucas too, who's like really in the roasting world. Yeah, we can actually, if Paul can ever figure this out, that's the one I wanted to watch, because that's like my favorite one.
Bro, this is like fucking Beauty and the Beast Disney. Be our guest. All right, Eric Abbenante, roast battle. Who is it? Eric.
David Lucas.
David Lucas. Thank you.
David Lucas is great too.
He's a roasting legend. Hilarious. See, unlike everyone else, I would just type in let's just type in Eric Abbenante, David Lucas. I think that was too much.
Shout out to Michael Lair, because he passed away.
He was at I believe he did Kill Tony, and he was at the store and stuff, and
man. He went out on his terms too, man.
There you go. This is it. This is it.
All right, cool. See, I'm not that drunk. Later, bitches.
This next guy coming to the stage, he's battling and keeps losing. He's from here. His parents are psychiatrists. He's Jewish. We're going for Eric Abbenante.
You got all that wrong. My parents are not psychiatrists, so, but whatever. Ryan Most is cool.
What up, player?
He does actually.
You're battling David Lucas, one of the most feared battlers in the game. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Well, Ralphie May just died, so I thought I'd roast Patrice Can't Kneel.
Some nigga way. Whoa!
They did not want me to win this battle.
He's cute.
They're boys.
What was that?
They did not want me to win this because David is so popular. He's like Lila in the scene. Everyone loves David. So this was like tough sledding from the beginning. Really quick. My first joke is probably the meanest joke I've ever done on him. It's like the actual joke, not the one upcoming. Because like I gotta throw this guy off his game because he's so good and he's a pace dictator. And like the way roast battle traditionally works is like it's your traditional. Okay, I say something, then you say something. But he'll like do street roasting, and so he'll get in extra jokes on you. And so I had to think of like a strategy. Okay, how do I counteract that? Because he's so brilliant at it. Like he really makes you battle on his terms as opposed to your terms. And so I had to think, okay, how do I throw him off his game? So I honestly said some stuff that was kind of mean, but to be fair, he didn't give me any context. So you meet before and you give him all this information. I was an open book with him. I gave him all this stuff. He didn't tell me jack. So all I could do was like generic black jokes, essentially, like what he looks like and what the audience can see, because he didn't give me anything. So literally what he's about to tell you about David Lucas, I didn't know any of this stuff. I was pissed when I heard this.
X doesn't know what any of this is like. Thank you, X. I love you.
Cuban from Georgia. He's a UCLA graduate. Make up for David motherfucking Lucas.
I didn't know he's Cuban. I didn't know he was a UCLA graduate. I didn't know he's from Georgia. I would have loved to talk about that. I didn't know jack on that. He didn't give me that. Smart move on his part. Because, less information.
Holy shit, does David Lucas look fucking young? And that hair is fucking kempt.
He's a cool guy behind the scenes too. I have really nothing negative to say about him. He's really funny. Everyone likes him. Everyone respects him. This was like, and you got to understand, this is audience vote. So I'm really fucking behind the 8 ball because the judges always hate me, but at least the audience maybe. But like, oh my God, they love David. He's like, he is like, he's prom king.
Eric, why did you use the words behind the 8 ball? Was because the 8 ball's black?
That's pretty good.
Thanks, man.
Coach J. Thank you, Coach J. Yeah. Why'd you say it, sis?
That nigga called me out, man. You know white people like weird shit.
Fire story. Oh my God, Tony the Golden Pony. What a
I'm excited about this. We got fucking Rick Ross versus Bob Ross over here.
CP, what do you like this one?
I don't know. I just think it looks like they're blocking for that Charlie Day Ice Cube movie.
So there's the judges, and they have their input, and they do the roasting. And below them is the wave. These guys are like they'll do reactions in between jokes. They're very funny, and they're all really good comedians too. So the wave used to be called like the all N-word wave, and then they would say that actually, and then they were just called then they got to all N-word wave, and then it was just all the wave. You know, the more popular it got, the less they could get away with on the wave. But it's a very funny concept, and they come in, they do little things in between the jokes. And people, if they don't know that, they're like, what the fuck is going on? So I just wanted to add that context.
All right, I'm gonna go piss, so I'm gonna hit play and go.
Cool.
Be a Google in time. Cool. It was a shit movie.
It was bad. Nobody saw it. Justin, who do you like?
I'm looking for, I mean, this is like Anthony Anderson's before picture versus the guy that every girl swipes left on. So I'm really looking forward to it. I can't think at this point. You're equal to me at this point.
I like her. She reminds me of teacher porn.
Very funny. Captain Rose, who do you like in this battle before we get this?
I mean, both of these guys have been battling consistently, so I just think it's going to be a great battle. I'm not going to call a prediction here, but I don't know. David's on a fucking roast battle roll right now, so he might be the favorite, but it's going to be close, I think.
It'll be fun. It's one round of 3 jokes. Who wants it first? You want it first? Jeff, who do you want to see go first?
Carlton with Down syndrome.
First of all, I'm right here.
Guys, we're in a safe space, you assholes! Yeah. I thought I could get all my aggression.
Fuck it, Moses. Let me go first.
You want to go first?
David's ready.
You want David to go first?
If you said something right there, that means you're ready, so let's do this.
Let's do it. David, Eric, are we ready? Okay, and when I say we're ready, you guys gotta lose your phone. Lose your
Yeah. Eric is a Jew. The only reason he got a black girl is because he heard you can feed an African child for 10 cents a day.
A+.
All right, Malcolm Chex Mix. All right.
I had to slow that down with nickname.
David calls his daughter Boo because one day he's gonna ghost her.
He's a really good dad too, so I know how to
You
follow him.
look like an out-of-work Keebler elf.
All right. Oh, 30 breadstick. All right.
Thank you, honey. I showed the Jew.
I love that one. That's a strong one.
You're welcome. A Tribe Called Chicken Breast.
You look like a hipster leprechaun. You dirty little motherfucker. Keep going.
David, looking at you, I can't tell what's been arrested more, you or your heart.
Appreciate that, hamster turkey. We all know Eric is the bitch in his relationship. His girl make him scream out nigga when they fuck.
So context, I wasn't dating Lila at this time. I was dating my ex-girlfriend who was black. So that's why that joke makes sense. This is like right before Lila, like 3 months before we got together.
Hey, that nigga look like this nigga been doing all day in them raggedy ass pants taking a knee.
Hey, you know what David just did there? He broke the fourth wall. But usually when he does that, he goes, oh yeah!
That was good.
That was solid.
He calls for overtime, so there's one more. There's one more joke.
What's that?
I think if you skip like another minute, there's one more joke. He calls for overtime, and what that means is like just one more round of it. So you have to like 30 more seconds, I think. Yeah, it's no, back it up like 30, like 7 or like 6:45. Yeah, I'm about to say it's like 6:30. Yeah.
David, you look like Ice Cube if you messed around and ate a triple-double.
Holy shit. I appreciate that you cracked out Bilbo Baggins. You look like Robert E. Lee fucked the Hobbit.
All right, that'll do it. Keep it going. Eric.
Yeah, it's fine. I actually ended up winning that one. Very controversial. This is actually one of the more controversial wins. People accuse me of winning because I'm white all the time on that one. But that was actually, I didn't know this. That was a really big event for David. They had TV executives there to watch, and I was supposed to be the tomato can opponent he was supposed to beat up on so that the TV executives could see that. And then he moves on to to audition for the TV version of Roast Battle. And apparently, I've been told this. I haven't confirmed it with the executives or anything, but I've been told that I actually cost him a spot on TV. Did it really matter? No, because he's winning in life. He's doing great. He's very funny. Didn't really matter for him, and he went on to do bigger and better things because the Roast Battle TV show was like 2 seasons. But it's just an interesting snapshot because I remember a lot of people were upset at me because I had supposedly cost him a TV spot, and it's like, it's tough because I didn't know going into that like those were the circumstances, either, or, if I had known that were the circumstances, I probably would have been up in my head too much. I probably would have screwed up. I was lucky just to, be focused on like the event, and then, it worked out literally as good as it could have gone. I think if you do that roast battle 9 more times, he wins 9 out of 10. To be fair,
all I want to say is that roast battle proved if it's white, it's right. Right?
I am undefeated against black guys, but I am also I am 0-4 against chicks because I see now that I'm married, it would be a completely different dynamic if I did it again. But as a single guy, I had trouble going up against women. And then I always would pick the wrong jokes too. You only get 3, and I would literally write like a couple hundred. And so it's like, it's tough because I would have like 7 to 10 I really liked, and you can only choose 3. And so that's when it gets brutal, because you'll test them out at these places and like they do very well. And it's like, it's tough. And then, okay, Wonder Bucket. Okay, I'll go over it again. So apparently for this roast battle, there were executives in the audience, Comedy Central executives. And it was this show called Roast Battle. And they were trying to see, okay, who is going to be on the TV version of Roast Battle. And, he was supposed to be set up in front of the executives that night to, beat me up. And to be honest, I don't see how it cost him a spot. He crushed. He nailed like every joke, basically. I don't see why, not, he did everything he did. He showed he's funny. I don't see how it cost him that. But, I was told because he didn't win, and that's why it's very controversial. I got a lot of hate for that win. Like, and online, you could see the comments. Like, people are not happy that I won that mostly. People are mostly on David's side. That's how charismatic and likable David is as a comedian, that most people were on his side. And it was a huge upset, to be honest with you. He was super hot at the time. I don't think he had lost, and so it was like defeating Mike Tyson for the first time, in roast.
Whoa. Mike Tyson in real life or Mike Tyson in like Mike Tyson's Punch Out for NES? Because NES was way harder than the real life. No disrespect, Mike Tyson.
I mean, it was like his edibles, I mean, if you've seen his edibles, the ears, it's amazing. Hex, it was a bad move to tell us to get Hex well lit because he was saving us. Doug and I, we were, it was a fun roast battle, and it got very political though. Like, it's so funny. Like, there's this thing called the roast report, and it would be like a review of every roast battle night. And if you read the roast report for that night, you would have thought I bombed because the guy wrote it in such a way to like trash me, and to like shit on me. And then I end up getting blacklisted where every time I asked to do a roast battle, they wouldn't accept my opponent. So basically saying I couldn't roast because they wouldn't schedule me. So I kind of just couldn't do it anymore, to be honest with you. Like, I did well, obviously, as you saw from that, and I had a bunch of other ones where I did well. But it's a very political game too, and so the people who ran it just didn't like me, and they didn't like me because I was uploading the videos on my own as opposed to being beholden to them. And so it was an interesting lesson to learn. Like, I got blacklisted from roast battle like before the blacklisting of the the vaccines and stuff, and how that could get you taken away from comedy clubs. And so it was just an interesting lesson. Like, oh yeah, decisions you can make politically can cost you stage time. I wouldn't change a thing, but it's just funny that's how people ask all the time. Like, oh, why aren't you on this? Why don't you do that? Well, no one can make money off of me because I'm so independent. And so that's a major issue. Like Cat Williams, he's a great example of that. He gets like only negative press because he is independent. He makes his own stuff. So no one can make money off of him. So there's no point in building him up in any way.
So I just want to say, is it accurate to say that you Jewed David Lucas?
Yes, absolutely. I did. Me and Ben Shapiro, we totally Jewed him that night. It was great. Yeah. And again, he was big before roast battle, so he did roast me, and like he was big after it. So he didn't need the show. Like comedians like me, I was a young comedian. I needed that for exposure really bad. Like, most people didn't know my name, and then that got me like a little thing. Lila was too big to even do it at the time. Like, it was kind of like an interesting thing. Like, she didn't need any of that stage time and exposure like that. So it wasn't even an interest to her. Whereas for me, it was like, I need to do it 12 times in a year. And I would have done it more times if they let me do it more. It's just, they wouldn't accept any of my opponents.
Love it. I fucking love it.
That was great.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a fun, it was a fun experience. And the first roast battle I did went as perfectly as it could have gone. That one went very well. The Kevin McNamara one went really well. And then all the other ones, it was more of a mix. My female opponents always rose up to the occasion on me, especially Fizza Dasani probably has the best joke on me. So that's a good one to watch. I believe it's still up. So yeah, if you want to check those out, it's a fun thing because honestly, you saw how it went well. If you don't have one of your 3 jokes not work on that stage, it's painful. It's a 75 capacity seat room that they fit 150 people into, and they are really ravenously into it. And oh my God, if you miss a joke, it's the most painful
You
experience.
kind of have to go through that pain, though, don't you, as a comedian? Like, don't
Yeah,
you?
it is fun, and the rejection is really what gets you better.
It's
And
like
like,
BDSM almost. Like, there's a huge dopamine drop, and it's like, I gotta do better.
well, if you think about it, I mean, you know, athletes, musicians, comedians, we're all separately in our own way and entertainers, great in different ways. But with comedians, the one thing in our corner is like, it's really just us up there, and that's it. And that's cool, but it's also, you have no one else to blame. See, we kind of get jealous of the musicians because, for instance, a musician can have one great song and they can play that forever, and that's cool. Whereas if you have one great joke and you say that forever, they're going to get tired of it quick. And so that's the thing. And then you have band members or you have teammates as if you're an athlete, right? So there's like a splitting up of accountability. With comedy, it's solo and it's painful when you fail because you can't blame anybody else. And when the comedian tries to blame the audience, that's where you see the weakness. Sometimes they can get a good joke out of it, but most often that's just them making an excuse up there, and it's sad. The audience is almost never the problem unless they're a heckler. And then a heckler you deal with individually, or like a table of hecklers. You deal with those people individually. And then you even address the audience like, hey, I'm here for you. I'm trying to get them, off to the side so I can be here for you. But it's tough because comedy, like, you really don't have any excuses. If you screw up, it's your fault.
Stand-up comedy is the most purest art form there is in the world. And I can say that traveling the world and going to every stand-up show physically possible for me to go to. And it's something you either have or you don't. And I hate to say this, if you're fucking following me or us and everybody else in the world, stand-up is a very American thing because it's a very
well, that's a
notorious thing. It's a very notorious thing.
That's a historical fact. So it started in America and then it expanded outwards into the other countries. But it's a historical fact. It's an American art form, like jazz.
Yeah, it is literally, as far as art. And you're right. As far as art goes, it's our thing. It is our thing as an American. And if you can't stand up with a mic in an audience, and you can't make people fucking laugh, you just don't have it, regardless. And if you have it, you have it, and it's fucking gold. It's fucking gold if you do have it. And when you meet people who do have it, fucking sit underneath the learning tree and listen to them and say, hey, this is what I recommend. Like, if you are in any form of comedy,
I'll
just
get under
learn.
him. All right, Paul. I'll get under him.
What up, girl? What up, girl?
Yeah, and so the reason why stand-up is an American thing is because we have it because of the First Amendment. So because of the First Amendment, and then comedians like, Lenny Bruce and Dick Gregory primarily, they were the ones who kind of fought all the battles in the first set of the era, to where in the blacklisting era, the communist era, to where they could really say what they want. I mean, Dick Gregory, he said so many controversial things. He ended up on Nixon's enemies list. There were only 20 people on that. And so we have two comedy documentaries that we have up, one on Joan Rivers, one on Dick Gregory. And it's part of our long-running documentary series we're going to do called The American History of Stand-Up Comedy. And this is like a longer form documentary that's entertainment, so that you guys have a reason to watch our serious films like American History of Voter Fraud, World Death Organization, and so on. And so we'll do these comedy documentaries in between. And so we have 3 stated ones that we're doing. We have Dick Gregory, that one's done. We have Joan Rivers. We've released 30 minutes of it. We'll be releasing the full length documentary later. And then we're going to have one on Monty Python, because they're the best international comedians in terms of what they've done. They're not stand-ups, but there really isn't an international stand-up who can take that title. I'm sorry. You look at it's for your comedy nerds, people like Billy Connolly and these other international comedians. They're fine, but they are not the Americans. There is not a international comedian really in the top 50. In my opinion, the best immigrant comedian would technically be like Yakov Smirnoff, and I wouldn't even put him on my top 100 overall. So it's tough. I mean, it is an American thing. You have to have the First Amendment in your blood. I mean, this is, it started with Lenny Bruce, Dick Gregory, and then George Carlin kind of gets a lot of credit for the proceeding too, to be honest with you. He won some battles with the FCC, which were very important, yes, but not nearly as important as the proceeding too. They really fought most of the battles. And then Joan Rivers does not get enough credit at all for being a civil rights activist, especially for gay people. She did more for gay people than almost any gay person alive, for the way she actually talked about them and popularized them. And when it was actually just like how Forrest Mommy gets actually like struck for talking about the topics of the day that are important but censored, Joan Rivers would lose out on money opportunities because she would continually talk about gay people. And you're not allowed to talk about that. But she would insert it into her stand-up. And she would also actually a political comedian. She would talk about like the Queen because her husband was British. And so she had a lot of interesting political stuff that wouldn't be talked about. Joan Rivers is actually the best conservative comedian all time in terms of acknowledging that you are conservative. It's a very hard thing to do in Hollywood, is to say, I am Republican. You lose a lot of job opportunities. Joan Rivers is the only one really, to really be in the top 10 and still say, hey, I'm a conservative, and they blatantly don't say that. She literally campaigned for Reagan and Bush. She was at an event hosted by Nancy Reagan that was called Republican Women Are the Future. And Joan Rivers was the headlining speaker of that event, and so she was actually very political. And part of the reason why the media shapes her the way she does and gets angry at her for her Obama quotes is because she was always the acknowledged conservative comedian. And so if we can take her down, we can take down, the conservative movement in a fashion. And so Daniel asked the question, so Johnny Carson blacklisted her. And yes, this is actually the subject of our film. It's very controversial already. When we released the first 30 minutes, people are kind of upset that we are attacking Carson. And I want people to realize that Johnny Carson, literally, what he did made her husband kill himself. Okay? When her show got canceled, he took pills to the point where he overdosed and died. And this was an acknowledged suicide attempt. It wasn't really fishy. It was like when the pharmacology report came out, it checked out. He did have a mental breakdown. He tried to overdose and kill himself. And this is because Johnny Carson blacklisted her from her show. He basically hung around way too long. There was all these reports when's Johnny going to leave? Johnny's sticking around forever. He would say he's going to retire, and then he would add on some years, kind of like, old quarterbacks, how they would say, I want to retire, and then they never do. And she was the heir apparent to that show, The Tonight Show. She was supposed to take over. When she was a guest host, she was the best guest host Johnny had, and it was acknowledged. Everyone knew that. In fact, he didn't like how there was this that's a whole separate film, but yeah. Yeah, the medical malpractice in that was crazy. Oh my God. But anyway, so Johnny did blacklist her from hosting the show, and so she had to go to Fox. And when she went to Fox, there was an unwritten rule that, hey, if you go on her show, you can't go on Johnny's. And Johnny's show was the big hit. So no one was going to go on her show. So she couldn't get any guests. And so he hamstrung her the whole time, really messed with her ratings, trashed her. it's a disturbing story, and he's the one person who should understand this lesson, because he was supposedly the best comedy host or talk show host because he would give the other person the spotlight, right? And he was supposed to hand over the baton and give Joan the spotlight. She was supposed to be the heir apparent as the greatest talk show host ever. We were robbed of the continuation of the Tonight Show, and she would have actually taken it to another level. I'm not saying better, but a different, but at the same level. She was that good. When she hosted it, she was just on fire. Her monologues were better than his, to be honest with you. She was just a brilliant comedian. And he was always jealous of her because she was happily married and had kids, where he was divorced, and she was a superior stand-up. And I love Johnny in a lot of ways. He's a good guy in a lot of ways. I model a lot of my career after him and how he did, provide the spotlight to other people. But when you look at how he treated Joan Rivers, this is the great stain on his legacy, to the point where we should think about how we look at his entire career. And in comedy, this is like a big kind of secret no one wants to expose. And then when it got to the Obama thing, it really got no one wanted to talk about it, because when she hit that, people, it was on. And so it does look like, you can't say it for sure, but God, it does look like an assassination attempt that you would see in like Russia. Okay. The medical malpractice was abhorrent. They were taking selfies while they were supposed to be monitoring the anesthesia. Okay. And this is on record and affidavits and court records. Okay. So, and they kind of got off too. So it's really interesting, considering like she was an enemy. And I don't know if she campaigned for Bush Sr. or any of the other Republicans after that. I haven't looked into that, to be honest with you. But there definitely was a motive for Democrat operatives to not like her in a lot of different ways. And she really had a lot of potency and a lot of power. And to be honest, Joan Rivers, she probably had 10 years minimum mentally. She was, I know she was getting all the stupid plastic surgeries, and that ended up being her freaking downfall. It's, it'd be like, it'd be like if they just, laced a little bit of Coors Light for Paul, they get him really easily. It's, I'm just saying, but it's like, it's tough. It'd be like lacing cream cheese for me. They'd get me real good, but it's like, it's what I'm saying. It's tough because they knew how to get her. And I feel bad because she really is the greatest. She's the greatest female comedian of all time. I think my wife will be able to top her one day, but she's got to respect the queen to, take her over. 'Cause she really is. She's the only female comedian to really be as funny as the guys and prove it and then do it. And then, yes, there were others after her, but until her, she was the only one. And it was really impactful. Like Phyllis Diller and the other ones previously, they were funny for their era, and they were all self-deprecative, and they couldn't even dress the way they wanted to dress. Joan Rivers could at least dress feminine, and she added that for women comedians too. It was just like, yeah, it's tough. I do think Joan, there was a hit job on her.
I literally think your Joan Rivers documentary is one of the most fantastic coverages of her career, where like people can fucking relate. I, for all those watching, I've got to make the executive decision here. I've had too many laced Bud Light, Coors Lights. Eric's fucking with me, fucking with my head. I think we need to land the plane.
Let's land it.
Yeah, I'm getting sleepy.
No, it was a pleasure, guys. It was out of the whim. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
And hopefully,
God.
it was long enough where they don't get you,
Yep.
It was a fucking blast, man.
That's great.
Oh yeah.
I fucking enjoyed it.
I don't know if it was as fun as the funeral.
Because I'm a fucking big dumb
Fucking
drunk.
blast, man. It was a blast. It was a fucking blast. No, Eric's welcome anytime on my channel and probably on Sibling Revolution channel too, I'm sure.
And I'm not going to make that commitment quite. I'm just kidding. Hopefully you're going to be there February 4th, right?
Yes. Yes.
I have to consult with my booking agent, who's my brother, which will eventually default to me.
And for
But I think
Lila,
February 4th.
and for Lila Hart fans, she has something coming up in the live stream department. We'll be announcing it soon. And Forrest Mommy and others might be guests. So
Shut your fucking mouth, Eric.
Yeah, she does need to do that. She's so cute on like film too.
Don't you fucking promise
We
me
used to have-
something
So
that
before
you
the
can't
pandemic,
deliver.
we had a whole live talk show that she would do, and then the venue got shut down. So we're trying to like get that back going. So we're gonna start release streaming.
Here's the beauty of streaming. Like, you can literally do it anywhere. Anywhere.
Yeah, man.
Land the plane, Paul. Land the plane.
Thanks everyone for watching. All our links are in the
Well, land the
description.
damn plane, sir.
Hit the like button.
You guys realize this is Forrest Mommy's channel, right? Once
Right.
again, this is not fucking
He thinks
Paul's
he's making
channel.
the executive decision, but guess what?